the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Grundy here, looking at the 1-4-2, has had 2 treble 17s. What can you make of the tops? He can hit it smack bang in the middle. That's what he can do.
Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? Nevertheless, Brian Roman has just dispatched the Hink special. Well, there's the 3. That makes things simpler. Another match dart. And this time he dispatches it. It's steps right across to the left in search of tops. For another tumblers, check out that is wide. Double 18. Double 16. Oh, he is up to it.
Tommy Lishman.
There's one of them. And there is the other. What a performance that was.
It's Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series, brought to you live and free as always on Pluto TV, and 6 players are in action to win the Week 6 finals night. Hi there, good evening. Welcome to your weekend fix of Arrows Entertainment, where we do have half a dozen darters battling it out for £5,000 and a place at Champions Week, where at the end of this evening, half of the field will be filled. Watching the action tonight with me is Laura Turner. Laura, it's been another good competitive week, and we've got a real mix of stories and talents at finals night once again.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some proven winners here. Half a field have picked up a title before. We've got a couple of winners in waiting, I guess you would say, and then we've got a debutant who has had an absolute brilliant week so far.
We certainly have. Let's introduce you to those players then. Here are the 6 sharp shooters in action at the Super Series tonight. Easy for me to say. A rampant Rob Grundy impressed atop Group A this week. A former title winner in Series 5, can he repeat the feats in Series 14? David Evans has won a remarkable 2 titles at the Live Lounge. Can he stretch his tally to become a legendary 3-time weekly winner? The favourite before a dart was thrown, Tommy Lishman, is in the form of his life right now. A 3-time semi-finalist, will he go all the way tonight? Jamie Owens showed some super scoring in Group B, a weekly winner in Series 12. Can he do the double 2 series later? He's a reigning international pairs champion, but Brian Roman is still awaiting his first weekly win. A 2-time runner-up, will the Riddler's first weekly title come in Series 14? And it's been a dream debut for Jake Neal, who had an emphatic Group C campaign. Will he make a name for himself tonight? Yeah, we'll hear from Jake Neal shortly as well, the dream debutant who many hadn't heard of before tonight, but everybody else is well established, at least in Modus Super Series terms, so it should be a very interesting evening.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Jake is, perhaps not one of the names that we're as familiar with, he just looked very settled on there. But ultimately, as you say, we've got the 3 in the field that have won titles before. We've got a couple that are waiting to win, and then we've got Jake as well. It's going to be an interesting night. It's an interesting mix of players. It
certainly is, and we're going to show you now how they all got here, how they arrived at finals night and through which groups. And the first group, of course, was Group A, played Monday to Wednesday, and it was a bit like a motor race, wasn't it? We had different players in front, but Keegan Brown was in pole position going into Wednesday. And if you've just seen that VT, you'll know he's not here tonight. He must be devastated, having missed out in Group A and then not made it.
He was in complete cruise control. As you were saying, Wednesday he had a couple of points advantage. I think he was 4 points ahead of the chasing pack, but he only had a solitary win that day. Up to that point, he'd only lost 2 matches. So it was just a complete turnaround in fortunes for Keegan. But you have to give full credit to Rob Grundy, because he went through the card and made sure he topped Group A.
Yeah, sprint finish from Rob Grundy on Wednesday, winning all 5 of his matches. because he's a player, Laura, that's had some Pro Tour experience recently, 2 years as a tour card holder, and maybe that kind of showed, didn't it, on Wednesday?
Yeah, he just found this extra level. He just knew that we know the quality, we know the caliber. He's won here previously, but ultimately you come off that tour, that Pro Tour, it's difficult. So he would have had a wealth of experience. Maybe not the results all went his way, but ultimately Wednesday they really did.
Yeah, absolutely. Group B was played on Thursday and Friday, and well, you can see there, not just Keegan Brown missing out, but the other player who came in from Group A, Tomoya Goto, missed out, him by just legs difference. I mean, that was a real battle between all of the players involved in the fight, but quite rare to see the two Group A players drop out.
Yes, and you have to feel for both Goto, and especially, as you mentioned, Keegan Brown, who we thought was going to top Group A, ultimately didn't pan out. He lost his first 4 games, did Keegan, on Thursday evening, and then just had so much work to do that he couldn't get himself back in. And similar story with Tomoya. He did win a couple on Thursday, but he had some heavy defeats, and that's why the leg difference came into play.
Of the players that did go through, David Evans was probably the standout performer, is that fair?
Yeah, you just look over the stats for the week. He's got the highest average for, in terms of consistency, but out of all of them as well, the highs, well, they were very impressive indeed. 3-ton plus averages, and one of them just shy of 110.
Yeah, and that was this match against Jamie Owens, who knew that he'd been in a game there. You see the numbers. I mean, if he produces anything near that tonight, well, he's certainly going to win that match. But if you can find a level of consistency, maybe title number 3 does come tonight.
Yeah, and he was relatively consistent. There were just a couple of lulls. Maybe he's got a little bogey player that's in the mix as well tonight in Tommy Lishman. But ultimately, yeah, he has been. He's been the most consistent player that from my point of view throughout the week.
You mentioned that little sort of battle with Tommy Lishman. Remarkable thing happened, really, that when Tommy Lishman was here and hit a 9-dart finish famously, that was against David Evans. And that opportunity arose again this week. Yeah,
and honestly, I thought it was going to go. I don't know what it is with Tommy and Dave, but Dave seems to bring the best out in Tommy Lishman. And ultimately, yes, he got through 8 perfect darts. Let's just say the double 12 attempt wasn't quite on point. But yeah, great reaction. And I know he's fired up, especially when he plays Dave. He wants another one.
And he's the form player, isn't he? When you look at what he's doing in the PDC, high up on the Challenge Tour, playing in Pro Tours and playing well in them as well, he must take a lot of confidence that tonight could be the night that he cracks it.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows how well he's playing. He's probably in the form of his life. But he did mention that he's not quite used to coming into these type of tournaments as a favourite. He's always been an underdog. I think he likes going under the radar, but as you've mentioned, the way he's playing away from the live lounge and what he's doing here, he's going to have to get used to being a favourite.
Yeah, 3 semi-finals for Tommy Lishman. Jamie Owens, however, has had success here a couple of series ago. Former footballer, kind of introduced to us through that ADC system. We found out all about his achievements in another sport, and he brings that spirit to the dart stage, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's really got that competitive edge. He's got a real focus, and I have to say, he was a really consistent player in terms of the averages that he produced. Ultimately, I think Dave is the only one in the field that's got a higher weekly average. But it was it was a bit of a head scratcher that he just wasn't converting them into results. A few slips on the doubles, he was punished, and it was a bit of a struggle in the end to get through, and just about made it in the end.
In terms of the other group then, the 2 players going through from Group C were Brian Roman and Jake Neal. Before we get on to those 2, there's a name that should be familiar to you, Laura, there, Aaron Turner. He misses out on leg difference in the end. How's he been reflecting on that since?
Yeah, he was disappointed because his Thursday did not go to plan. He suffered 2 heavy 4-0 defeats, which ultimately then led to the fact that there was this huge bit of leg difference that he needed to catch up on. Definitely had a better day Friday. He was really pleased with how he played. 4 wins from 5, but he just couldn't claw back that leg difference ultimately. But yeah, he's in good spirits. He's already back in the ring playing again, and just pending a semi-final at the moment over in Selsey.
Do you want to tell us more about pending a semi-final?
Well, yeah, it's a strange one. He's 3-1 up in a semi-final, which started about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but unfortunately, complete power cut. So I think he's going back tomorrow to see if he can get that last leg.
Oh dear, plenty of time to ponder on that. Good luck, Aaron, from all of us here at the Modus Super Series. He won't be able to watch if he's got no power, will he? You'll have to play that back later. One player, though, who is or has been dreaming of a debut delight here at the Modus Super Series is Jake Neal. We spoke to him earlier in the week about the prospect of getting to finals night, and here is what he had to say.
Jake, what a dream debut it has been for you so far. Do you give yourself time to reflect, or do you keep on looking forward?
Yeah, just relax yesterday and go again today. Yeah, I don't want to sort of think too much into it. It was a good day, but yeah, it's a new day today, so we go again.
It's all still very new to you, especially talking to mugs like me and going to the studio for interviews or whatever. How are you enjoying that side of things?
Yeah, it's good, but I mean, the darts is the main thing. Yeah, like I said yesterday, if I'm getting interviewed, I must be doing something right. But yeah, no, it's all good.
Well, you're doing a lot of things right. Despite you say your nerves, I think the viewing public wouldn't know that you're nervous. You just seem so composed and at home on the stage.
Yeah, when I play, even just playing local stuff in the pub, whatever, I try to be kind of level-headed. If you're at a bad score, just forget about it. If you're at a good score, forget about it. You know, just keep looking forward, and what's gone's gone. And tried to sort of play like that yesterday, and yes, it worked for me. So yeah, really happy.
Do you allow yourself to sort of dream and think about Saturday night potentially with a medal round your neck, lifting a trophy?
Not at all really, just I want to have, you know, a good day again today, enjoy today. Same approach as yesterday. If I make Saturday, great. But yeah, I'm not looking too far ahead, just want to enjoy today and see where it takes me.
Well, if they haven't have heard of you before, they certainly have now. Best of luck, and fingers crossed you can keep on playing well.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you.
Yeah, Jake Neal speaking to Sam Mulliner before Friday's action when he went on to qualify, Laura, and he carried on, didn't he, very much in that calm, composed vein.
Yeah, you wouldn't know he was here on debut. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't know there was any nerves. It was a really polished professional performance from start to finish, really. We didn't know quite what to expect. We can look at stats, and we had a few people, you know, just saying, watch out for this lad. He's a good player. He really did. He did deliver. He had just had a fantastic debut performance.
The other player coming from that group, much more established, former WDF world #1, Brian Roman, who hadn't won here until, well, 6 weeks ago when he and Andy Barton's won the international pairs. Now, he said yesterday that doesn't really count in his mind, but does it just give him a little bit more of a mental edge to go and cross the line himself tonight?
I think so. You know, once you've got a title under your belt, obviously he's self. But what I was most impressed about with Brian was he had a disappointing Group A campaign. He finished 5th. He really wasn't in contention, but this reset mentality that he had coming back into Group C, and then started producing some really big performances, really solid work, especially on Thursday. And he put himself in such a strong position that he could afford to lose a couple of games and still finish top of the group.
Yeah, well, can't afford to lose a couple of games tonight, that's for sure. And these are the groups that the players are split into this evening. Round robin format, the top 2 go through. There is, of course, a prospect of a 9-dart shootout if all is square between the 3 players in any group, and it's Grundy, Lishman, Neal in Group 1, Evans, Roman, Owens in a bit of a blockbuster Group 2. That is up there, one of the best groups we've had on a finals night, isn't it?
Yeah, very good indeed. Yeah, it's quite hard to think who is not going to actually get through to the semi-finals from that, and not. It's tough, and I think, you know, Jake, you would say he hasn't quite got the experience here, but that doesn't seem to have phased him. So, yeah, it's going to be a hard one. But I think a week of opportunity for these players.
Yeah, Jake Neal is the outsider with the odds compilers. Tommy Lishman, maybe unsurprisingly because of his form away from here, is the favourite. But where do you see the value tonight?
Well, I mean, I've spoken about Brian previously. I think the way he played over the last couple of days, then at 6-1, I know he hasn't won a title previously, but then nor has the guy sat at the top of the table. So maybe a bit of value in Brian Roman.
Let's hear then the prediction. Value on Brian Roman. But I mean, look, different stories this evening as we've spoken about. But is it going to be someone cracking it for the first time, or are we going to see experience win the day?
I'd like to think that someone new wins it, because we love seeing new faces here. But from what I've seen from David Evans, if he can reproduce anything like that on a consistent basis, then I think it might be title number 3 for Stretch.
We will find out. Doesn't sound like much of a stretch, does it? David Evans in action a little later this evening, but Rob Grundy takes on Jake Neal in the opening match of the night. Of course, we've already heard from Jake, so let's hear from Rob, who spoke to Sam Mulliner earlier on.
Rob Grundy, another finals night for you. Winning Group A this week, this time, of course, in pretty dramatic style. How have you enjoyed your 2 days off?
Yeah, it's been good. It's different because obviously it's the first time I've done that, but yeah, just relaxed, walked, cinema, just trying to keep myself occupied.
What was the sort of ambition and mindset and sort of expectation coming into this week? Was your game in a good place?
I think it was the same as last time, but the only difference is I was in, say, bad form and I went on to get better. This one, I think I was playing okay. It's just getting used to a work and life and then playing darts at the same time. So yeah, it was just get better every day. That's all I wanted to do.
That Group A win, though, was pretty dramatic. A dream day on Wednesday, earning those 2 days off, arguably coming into tonight as favourite by winning Group A.
I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I don't mind being favourite or underdog. As long as I play my game, I'll be all right.
The ambition, of course, is to end the night with a medal around your neck and lifting that trophy. What would it mean to you to book your spot in Champions Week? Oh,
massive. It'll be brilliant. To win it twice. I think I've got a bit of unfinished business because when I done it last time, I didn't perform in Champions Week, so hopefully get there and go a couple better anyway.
Best of luck. Play well.
Thank you.
Here we go, Grundy again.
And he's gone for it, and he's hit it.
Acquired, single acquired. And so is the double. Oh my word, that is world class.
Nicely executed, the 119.
Double 16. And he finds double 16. And Rob.
Qualities that he possesses. And it's 4 wins out of 4.
Yeah, Rob Grundy, the Grenade, had an explosive end to his Group A campaign. Can he carry that on into finals night tonight? The first of this evening's matches about to get underway, and it is Experience against the new kid on the hockey here at the Super Series to kick us off this evening. The first game of Group 1. We'll have 6 group fixtures for you, semi-finals and the final, and it starts with this match with Rob Grundy from Hartlepool, a winner back in Series 5 on this week, actually, the corresponding week 6, and the only player who hasn't had to go through 2 groups this week. 5 wins from 5 on Wednesday in Group A, and the former tour card holder is a man in rhythm and looking to add another title to his name. Yeah. Yeah, Jake Neal, his opponent. Well, you'd be forgiven for not knowing the name. Not yet, anyway. Jake Neal is a debutant here. Through at the very first attempt, the longest price with the bookies this evening, but already this week has produced some wonderful stuff. And kind of his unknown quantity could be a dangerous thing for other players. So Group 1 is going to get us going. The seasoned hand against a newcomer. Every dart tonight live and free on Pluto TV. And Laura has headed to the comps box where she's joining Sam Mulliner.
Thank you, Murph. Very good evening to you all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Rob.
And Andrew Culling, our referee for this evening. He started here Monday morning and he's going to finish here on Saturday night. And that could be the case with that man there, Rob Grundy, as well, the Group A winner. Getting us underway, as is his right, by winning the inaugural group of the week. But it could be a fairy tale story for Jake Neal. Got a lot of support with him in the crowd this evening, which is fantastic to see. Looks 85. So composed for someone having their biggest few days of their fledgling darting career.
Yeah, he looked like that all week. And he looks like that again. And it was great hearing your conversation with him back on Friday morning yesterday. And just that attitude that he doesn't want to look. Oh, it's great to see the support for Jake. That he's not looking too far ahead. He's not putting any pressure on his shoulders.
96.
He's able to. Yeah, Jake Neal, the real deal, and he has been that this week.
Grundy to fill it up.
140.
Just tickles and grazes the wrong side of that bottom wire. But speaking to Rob earlier, and then given what I heard from you and Chris in the studio there, when you looked at the odds, I would have expected Grundy to be a little bit shorter with the odds compilers. So I would argue that he could maybe be the value, considering fresh off the back of a stint on the Pro Tour. Did well
58.
here on reappearance in our previous series. Getting to the semi-final, of course. Former weekly winner prior to that stint on the Pro Tour. And in his Champions Week as
60.
well. Losing out on Champions Night to Sebastian
Robbie
Burecki and
require
Andreas Harrison.
160.
That is some darting pedigree.
It is, and it's Grundy who is first down to a finish. Absolutely nothing splitting them at these early stages.
60. Jake, you require 160.
Well, this would be a start and a half. Let's not forget, he reeled in the big fish yesterday afternoon. And another one of those, almost open for business.
100. Robbie, you
Grundy
require
then.
100.
100 away from an early hold.
Grundy found 6 ton-plus checkouts throughout his Group A campaign. He's looking for number 7. He's looking for tops.
Game shot on the first
2
leg.
double finish for Rob Grundy.
Second leg, Jake, to throw first.
He's definitely
Game
looking
on.
up for the challenges, Grundy. I'll go back to that point you were making as well, though. Players that come off the Pro Tour, I think I've seen it go one of 2 ways. You've got players that come off and they've got this weight of expectation that they put on themselves because of how their Pro Tour has gone. And they probably expect to come here and do well and win. And sometimes that doesn't always go to plan. You look at the likes
41.
of Ted Evans, Steve Beaton, Mervyn King. There's lots of names that you can add to that. Steve Lennon, who's played here as well. Doesn't always transpire straight into a win.
You're absolutely right.
139.
And Rob sort of alluded to it there in his appearance in the previous series. I was working then that week as well and speaking to him on that occasion. He wasn't confident in his game. It was all about starting a bit of a rebuild. He feels a lot more comfortable this time around.
40.
He's here once again making the Saturday by doing something he'd never done before, winning Group A. Coming back here refreshed, rejuvenated.
96.
Earning those 2 days off.
But there are players that like having the 2 days off. I mean, the one that always springs to mind is Derek Coulson. He loves having a couple of days off.
100.
Loves having his feet
Jake,
up,
you
and he
require
normally manages to
132.
negotiate a finals night as well. But not every player can do that. Takes them a game or two just to get back into the swing of things where they've had that 2 day break. Whereas someone like Jake Neal, well, he was playing here still yesterday.
58.
Yeah, just chipping away at his score is Jake Neal. Now Grundy starts to fire. Come on, Robbie says. Knows he's got a lot of work to do in this leg. It may have
Jake, you
got
require
away from him.
74.
Neal looking for immediate hold back. Single, 4 double. Just has to take half a step across there to open up the target and finds it fantastically again. Ice cold composure
Third leg
by the
up to
debutant.
throw first. Game on.
True to form, no big reaction. It's all about focus. He likes to try and maintain that composure when he's playing. He said even for a local league, it's something that he has been working on personally.
140.
There are players, aren't there, that we've seen here before that they like the big reactions, they like the adrenaline pumping through, and then there are those at the other end of the scale that do need to remain quite level-headed and composed.
134.
And look, whatever happens tonight in the world of Jake Neal, it'll be very interesting to see what happens next time he's here.
140.
Because I'm adamant there will be a next time he is here. Debutants can sometimes struggle, but they always come on for the experience. Neal will come on for this experience.
Yeah, 100%.
54.
Talking of 100%, that is exactly what both these players' finishing stats are sat at after 2 legs played. Now we're looking at our first maximum.
140.
Not quite.
Grundy always has a bit of that sort of inner monologue when he's playing.
57.
Talking
Robbie
to
require
himself,
81.
hyping himself, geeing himself up, sometimes punishing himself as well.
But this for a potential
Game
11
on the
darter.
third leg. Rob Grundy.
There you see, just that little clenched fist
Fourth leg,
after finding
Jake
double
to run
12.
first. Game on.
Pumping up of himself, as you mentioned.
84.
Yeah, he fancies it. Well, there's your first maximum of the evening.
Yeah, Grundy's been threatening it for a while. He's hit 4 140s, now that 180
96.
added to the tally.
Hang on a minute.
180.
Hang on a minute.
Back-to-back perfect visits for Rob Grundy. Tommy Lishman this week came so close
42.
to a 9 darter. 8 perfect
Rob, you
darts.
require
And
141.
Rob Grundy go one better.
Determined. Tenacious. Treble 19. Double 12 for perfection. Oh, snatched into the big 9. Almost for Grundy. What a moment that would have been. The crowd show their appreciation. Shades of Tommy Lishman from Thursday night.
33.
The difference with Tommy, though, he went in the 12.
Rob, you
So
require
this
15.
time round, Grundy just has to burn a dart. But second time in this week that a player has gone 8 into the 9.
No score.
Now, this is a real opportunity for Jake
Jake, you
Neal.
require 146.
It's interesting to see Jake's reaction off the back of that 9. He was stoic. There was no reaction.
58. Rob, you require 15.
Oh, straight to the hockey for Grundy. Makes no mistake with the big number this time. Just takes that extra moment to compose. And
Game's on the
it's
fourth
paid
leg.
dividends.
Rob Grundy.
Grundy a leg away now from opening up
Fifth leg
finals
or
night
up to
with
for
a
Rob
victory.
first. Game on.
And that's probably a little indicator there for Rob Grundy as what adrenaline can actually do to your body as a dart player, because he obviously
82.
undercooked the attempt at double 12 and then did the same when he was going for a single 7. But it's a good talent to have if you can then just regain your composure, give yourself that extra split second.
99. $97.
Nice pick off with the last from Grundy. What a moment that would have been. They've
134.
achieved perfection in the opening match of the night.
Would kind of set the tone, wouldn't it? I mean, we do have expectations. He's been threatened twice now. Maybe it's third time the charm. Well, that's the third maximum for Rob Grundy in this match.
Pushing his average north of a ton. Jake Neal
57.
is averaging himself
Rob, you require
90.
142.
Well, this is up a level now.
Shots off. So now this is all about the setup for Grundy. All Neil can do is try and set something up and hope that Grundy
33.
can't convert, but it's a bit of a mess there for Rob Grundy.
Chance that Neal can apply a modicum of pressure here. Really make Grundy earn this win. That'll do.
133. Rob, you require 109.
Down for 19s again. Gets it. And now double 16 for the match.
77.
And that previous visit
Jake, you
from Neal
require
now
78.
has earned himself a real opportunity to get himself back in this fixture. He was good on doubles with one dart in hand in Group C. And he is good at it again here on finals night.
Sick flag, Jake 2.
Such a composure under pressure. Rob Grundy had a singular match dart. And we've seen this from Neil already this week. I've recalled that. We've mentioned the big fish that he found, but that was at a point that he was 3-2 down against Brian Roman. Brian Roman is sat there on he's either on a finish or a very low checkout and pings the massive, the biggest finish of them all.
123.
Just to level it up at 3 apiece.
What a fantastic match to start finals night here in week 6. Neil is in again. And again.
140.
Showing all of his battling qualities. It was a slog, it was a battle, it was an iron war to get out of Group
44.
C itself. Such as it was for Grundy to win Group A. It's been that sort of week.
Battle, that has been the word of the week, I think. Well, Jake Neal in Group B. Group B, he played
93.
10 games in Group B, hit 18 maximums. We've yet to see one from him, but his 180 hitting was very good indeed. You compare that to Rob Grundy, who played 5 more games that had 15 maximums, but seems to have been saving them all for tonight.
58.
What you got to do in this format? You can't
Jake,
peak too soon.
131.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, although tonight will feel much more like knockout darts, much more like a race to the winning line.
91.
Tremendous setup play by Jake Neal.
If Jake Neal can convert this tops when he comes back to the Oki, the one thing he will have done is,
95.
even if Grundy, who has the darts in the last, gets across
Jake,
the line,
require 40.
he's picked up 3 legs. They are going to be all important in what could be an exceptionally tight group.
Has the potential to be awkward. Grundy's not on a finish. You can see the cogs turning for Jake Neal, whether or not to bust his score, whether to go for it. And he made the right decision.
Seems to kind of boomerang round the back of the dart that was in there. Like the impossible dart.
What an angle. He found a way, and we go all the way.
$97.
Jake Neal continually asking questions of every player he's faced this week, but now this is the first meeting with Rob Grundy, and don't forget Grundy was leading 3 legs to 1. He has had
27.
a dart to win this match.
And again, let's not forget the other participant in this group. It's Tommy Lishman, who is arguably one of the form players without a tour card.
59.
Riding high in the Challenge Tour. He's been on the Pro Tour this week.
Yeah, it's not an easy group by any means. But this is looking good, and it is a maximum for Jake Neal. Lots of time to get it.
He could well prove to be the real deal here tonight.
$59.
And here's the pressure, the step up in the game from Jake Neal just starting to show with Rob Grundy. Just a couple of legs ago,
54.
you mentioned Grundy's average was in excess of a ton. It's dropped by 8 or 9 points now. I mean, it's still good. Don't get me wrong.
It is, but given this match as a whole, that missed attempt at a 9-dart finish seems
58.
ages ago all of a sudden. In a weird way. Very weird way.
When you have a moment like that in a match, not that I've had a dart for a 9, but when you have a big moment, it's how you deal with it afterwards. How often do we see it in the likes of the PDC that a player hits a 9 and goes on to lose the match? So many thoughts and so much adrenaline coursing through the body of Grundy.
Neil has taken the darts in this last leg decider.
54.
First 2 to finish on the Grundy throw.
Jake, you require
Grundy
100.
still hasn't whittled his way down to a possible out. Free reign. Will he go top stops? Half-hearted attempt, I think.
60.
But he will be back for match darts.
Yeah, safe attempt from Jake Neal. Would have been slightly poetic if Neal could have rounded it off with a ton, because that was the finish that Rob Grundy hit to open up this match.
The pressure has arrived
Jake, you require 40.
from Grundy. The chips are down. Jake Neal's moment. Takes it. And what a start to the night for this debutant, who continues to impress in front of his support. It's Jake Neal that gets a narrow margin win over the Group A winner, Rob Grundy, who missed double 12 for a 9-dart finish. What a start, both averaging in the 90s. Follow that, David Evans and Jamie Owens. Well, there's your first maximum of the evening.
Yeah, Grundy's been threatening it for a while. He's hit 4 140s now. That 180
96.
added to the tally.
Hang on a minute.
100.
Hang on a minute.
Back-to-back perfect visits for Rob Grundy. Tommy Lishman this week came so close
42.
to a 9-darter. 8 perfect
Rob, you
darts.
require
And
141.
Rob Grundy go one better.
Determined. Tenacious. Treble 19. Double 12 for perfection. Oh, snatched into the big 9.
Well, spare a thought for Rob Grundy because he came so close to that 9-dart finish, but ended up losing the match by a single leg to Jake Neal in the opening group game of the evening. So the new kid on the hockey, well, what a start for him. He's going to play Tommy Lishman in a couple of games' time with a chance to book his place in the semi-finals. But attention now turns to Group 2, where 2 former title winners here at the Live Lounge go head-to-head. David Evans and Jamie Owens, and both men spoke to Sam Mulliner earlier tonight.
Jamie Owens, welcome to yet another finals night for you here at the Modus Super Series. It was a little bit difficult in the end. What was the overriding emotion late last night?
Yeah, it was a bit up and down. Like I spoke to you earlier on the night, and I was like, I'm targeting 2 wins, 2 out of 4 both nights, 8 points. Normally that gets you through. My leg difference was superior, and then I just kept looking at the screen backstage, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute. And I think that leg I got against Dave, because the doubles were not going at all. No matter how hard I tried, I forced them, they were just getting further away. And then I took the 68 out on the last start, and I was relieved. Even though I lost, I was happy that I got the leg, because that ultimately made the difference, I suppose.
But like we say so often, it doesn't matter how you get here, so long as you get here, and here you are. What's your thoughts on your group tonight?
I'm happy I'm playing Dave. He's got me twice, but they say a third time lucky, and I owe him one, so I'm going to try extra hard in that game. And Brian, I don't really know Brian much. I know he's a great player, and it's good that I've never played him before, so he doesn't know now about me, and I don't know now about him, and I think that's what makes a good game, because then you show each other a bit more respect.
You've won a week here before. What would it mean to you to get a second?
This one will be a bit extra special because I've brought my son down, as well as my mum. Obviously, I always travel on my own normally. And at midnight tonight, it's my birthday as well, so I'm hoping driving home tomorrow with a medal around my neck.
Many happy returns. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
David Evans, yet another finals night for you here at the Modus Super Series, and coming through a really tricky Group B as well by winning it.
Yeah, it was very difficult. Every player in that group is a top quality player, and we saw that from the first day going into the second day as well, so it was good to get through that Group B.
We spoke to you briefly last night, but just a bit more on that. The hard work was done on Thursday. It was dramatic, but you were able to stay completely away from it. It was, I'm guessing, a nice place to be, to let the others sort of fight it out.
Yeah, absolutely. To be top of the table, even though on the same points, but with a massive leg difference, it stands in good stead for the remainder of it. So it was nice to sort of win big and stay there.
How do you sort of compare tonight to the other weeks you've won here before?
I'd say tonight is probably slightly harder, I'll be honest. But been there twice before now. So yeah, hopefully we'll get through the third time.
Speaking to Rob Grundy earlier as well, he sort of feels like he has unfinished business in the Champions Week. Is that the same with you?
Yeah, it is. I've been there twice and sort of not played to the best of my abilities in the Champions Week, so it'd be good to get another crack at it.
Would you say it's one of your sort of main ambitions for 2026 as a whole?
Yeah, get to Champions Week, win the Champions Week, and then go forward from there. Obviously, I'm playing well on the Challenge Tour as well, so got to a final in Germany and hopefully go forward and do great things on there as well.
Well, best of luck tonight. Thanks for talking to me.
Thanks very much.
Just like that.
The ball.
Is it time, David, that I gave you this back and you replace it with maybe a trophy on Saturday instead? Including the final. And he finds tops.
Not a sitting duck anymore.
Yeah, next on the bill here at the Super Series, David Evans takes to the stage to take on Jamie Owens. A battle between two players who know what it takes to win a title here at the Live Lounge. Well, we've already had the first story of the night, haven't we? The debutant Jake Neal, the longest price on the board, beating the man who topped Group A in the first game of Group 1 tonight. But now we move across to Group 2, and David Evans, Stretch, who hit the highest average in the entire field this week. A player who's had success before, a man with 2 Modus Super Series titles in the cabinet, and when he's on, there is nobody who can really hit the heights that he can at the Live Lounge. His opponent, Jamie Owens, J-Lo, through as the third man out of a brutal Group B this week. In fact, he was on the end of that 109 average from Evans. But throwing 90 plus to get here, a Modus Super Series winner in his own right, and 2 of Group B's best straight back at it against each other in Group 2 tonight. Every dart live and free on Pluto TV. Sam, Laura, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, interesting tie, this one. Dave Evans has posted some mammoth averages, and as Chris just mentioned, it was Jamie Owens on the back of the biggest one of them all, and it was darts like this because it looks like it's going to be the perfect start once again for David Evans. Sam, Dave just really looks like he is up for a third title. We talked to him yesterday. He mentioned Scott Taylor, who's got 5. He's got his eyes on those kind of numbers here.
He has, and given what we've seen from Evans already so far this week, as you mentioned, another. Oh, go on then.
Well, we did say that we felt the tone was set in that opening match.
It's being set in the opening leg. In this one.
David, you require 141.
Can Evans go one better than Messrs. Lishman and Grundy? Again, treble 19. Not this time. Again, gets the appreciation of the fantastic crowd and gets a pat on his back from his opponent as well.
89.
But it is an emphatic start from David Evans.
120.
Unfortunate bounce out, but
David, you require 52.
Credit to Owens. He's down to a finish with Evans, but this much more attainable.
He's been good on tops, and that trend is continuing. And the point I was about to make in that first leg,
before we were rudely interrupted,
was that Evans has played his best stuff against Owens so far this week. Thursday, 4-1 win. Evans averaging 106.5 too. Owens is 96. Those have not been in short supply either with these two. Friday night, Evans 4-1 win again over Owens. This time he's averaged 98. Early stages of this match, and we are heading for more ton plus averages.
can we be on it once again? 5 perfect darts from Owens, 7 perfect darts from Evans, and we're only in the second leg.
Evans with a cheeky grin on his face as well. It's
140.
High octane start to proceedings here this evening.
64.
And we've mentioned the fact that Jamie Owens, he was really embroiled in a bit of a battle to get through Group B in the end, but it was a bit of a head scratcher because he was producing so much good stuff. As you mentioned, the 180 hitting was exceptional, as it continues to be for David Evans.
Tops.
97.
Not quite
David,
enough
you
on
require
it.
121.
Evans got this 1-2-1 against Owens on Thursday night. And it was on the ball.
96.
He almost did it again.
Jamie, you require
would
20.
have hurt. But Owens to level things up, make it one apiece, and it's a 13 dart response for Jamie Owens.
Both averaging, yes, I know it's the early stages of the match, but they are both averaging over 120.
Well, let's hope that remains. Because David Evans back in the red bit once again.
This is getting ridiculous. Owens knows it.
Spare a thought for the third person in this group who sat in the back, which is Brian Roman, who would be thinking, right, I think I better hit the practice board here. Almost a look of disappointment on the face of David Evans there.
43.
How did that not go in the treble again?
There you see 518 is in this match so far. The record, if you don't know by now, is 9.
Yeah, held by 3 separate matches.
What a ricochet that was. Goes the wrong side.
Kind of becoming expectant that they're, once the first dart goes in that treble 20, that they're all going to follow.
Yeah, well, why haven't you hit one? Looking at 18s now.
57.
Evans will return for the shot at 86.
85.
Owens rounds off his
86.
score.
But it's Evans with the first attempt. It's a perfect first. It's double 16 for a 2-1 lead.
54.
And in a match
Jamie
like
require
this,
100.
these are the sort of chances that don't arise too often. So when they do, you have to take them.
I get it, because the lie of that first start, it was inviting, but Owens has had one ton plus checkout this week. It was dead on a ton, and it was a tops finish.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nicely done in the end on that visit from Evans. He edges back in front.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
The weekly win achieved by Jamie Owens back in Series 12. That was an impressive feat, given that in the final he defeated the reigning champion of that time, Jeff Smith. He held his nerve. It went all the way. So a last leg decider in that final. He is searching for more honours this evening. Last series he got to the semi-final, lost against Robbie Martin, who is another in the list of winners in waiting.
If there's one area that I think Jamie Owens did struggle around this week, it was the finishing. By far the lowest finishing stats of any player.
Great cover shot by Owens. Northeast flavour here this evening with Grundy from Hartlepool. Owens from Stockton-on-Tees. Lishman may be a bit of a stretch from Hull, but
still past the Watford gap is North to meet.
137.
I come from the very south of South places.
$44. Jamie
straight into the 5. Owens now looking good to level up once more. Over to double 6.
Game shot.
Nicely done. Very nicely done.
And I mentioned previously it was a doubling that became difficult at times for Jamie Owens, but it's much improved, and it had to be. He has to take these chances because David Evans, he's finding the big scores, but you just look at that leg by
85.
leg. Naturally, there has been a little bit of a kind of, it's not a lull, but it hasn't been quite as emphatic as the first couple of legs.
A lull. Evans, 105.22. Owens, all the ones, 111.11.
It's just been very subtle dip from the first couple of legs. That's all I'm saying.
Evans, a finalist on the Challenge Tour already this year. Evans off the back of just a little break, nothing overly major, just a month to 6 weeks off.
28.
Lost a bit of weight, streamlined. Given the form he's displayed already here this week and indeed tonight.
57.
Looks in fine fettle.
He looks in good form for this leg. Could be a potential break of throw. Evans, you feel, may need the lot.
140.
Well, didn't get the lot, but does enough to get down to a finish at least.
84. David, you
Evans
require
once
167.
again finds a way to just round off his score. Evans down for 19s. Tempted to go back up for 20s, but the frown on the face of Evans tells you all you needed to know. And now, 100 again for Owens. Gets the treble this time, 2 in hand at tops, 1 at 10s.
90.
Can't get that break of throw. Could be a big moment.
David, you require 85.
Could be a big opportunity missed. Evans opting for the 19s. They haven't been too kind to Evans so far this match. Big exhale of breath. One dart. It is at the ball.
60. Jamie, you require 10.
Well, no, maybe about this time. This is a big moment. Just working his way down.
No score.
But can't find the target.
David, you require 25.
Mystifying. A shrug from Owens. He doesn't know how. That did not go in. Evans, a reprieve. Double 4.
Game shot.
Finds it, and an audible cry from Stretch there. He knows the significance of that moment.
Sixth leg, Jamie.
As will Jamie Owens. He should not have been allowing Evans back to the oche, and it's a real sting when your opponent hits it last dart in hand.
93.
So far this match, everything going with throw. And I guess this match almost epitomises Jamie Owens' campaign throughout Group B. That he's doing really good stuff. He's getting those opportunities, but missing the double at crucial times, allowing the opponent in and being punished.
100.
Yeah, I alluded to it in my conversation with him earlier. It was a sort of mystifying night for Owens. He started so well and so strongly and got his 2 wins. It looked as though he was going to cruise into finals night tonight, but that very much was not the case. Alarm bells really were ringing when Tomoya Goto started his late surge, but didn't get the requisite number in the leg difference column to surpass Owens.
Now, Owens was going into those latter stage matches just needing legs. And 56. Then the player at the foot of the table in Keegan Brown managed to be in 4 legs to 1, and he was still waiting on legs.
1-2-1 again for Evans. Can't get either treble.
97.
It arrives too late
Jamie
in the end. Owens has to go. And it doesn't. And now Evans can seal a 3rd consecutive win over Owens with 2 12s.
66.
And not for the first time. That dart on the floor for Jamie Owens as David Evans steps up for the win. And it is David Evans that gets across the line 4 legs to 2. It started off as an emphatic battle between the two. And it was a class finish, a class ending. You can see the relief on the face of David Evans. That's there, the tail of the tape. Just shy of another ton average for David Evans. 4 from 10 on the outer ring. And it ends with a 4-2 win for Stretch.
Welcome back to finals night here at the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 games in and we've been pretty close to perfection, haven't we, already? Rob Grundy in the opening match missing double 12 for a 9-dart finish, but losing to Jake Neal. David Evans going 7 darts into a perfect leg in a thrilling match against Jamie Owens. Evans then up and running top of Group 2, and Owens will need a response when he takes on Brian Roman in a couple of games' time. But Jake Neal has a chance to make it through to semi-finals on debut. He takes on Tommy Lishman next, and we heard from him with Sam Mulliner earlier on.
Tommy Lishman, another finals night for you here at the Modus Super Series. Seems like I'm saying that a lot tonight. There's a very experienced field.
Yeah, very much so. I've become accustomed to it now. The aim is always to get to Saturday, so I'm very disappointed when I don't, but I sort of know what it's about now.
Certainly do. You've been here plenty of times before, 3 consecutive semi-finals. But as we've sort of spoken about earlier this week, this is sort of your best chance given the year you're having.
Yeah, it really is. I'm playing well. 3 semi-finals. 3, I've played quite well all 3 times and lost. It's been 3 hard weeks. This is another hard week. I'm not saying it's not. It's a very hard week. But yeah, I can do it.
There's no gimmies. Yeah, that is for certain. But you've only played in Group B. However, given your exploits on the Pro Tour, is there still some fatigue maybe setting in?
Yeah, it is. I've just said to you, I left home on Monday. Well, I left home Monday morning to go to work at 5 a.m. and then I've not been home, and it's now Saturday night, and I can't wait to play tonight. I'm dying to win it, but I also can't wait for it to all be over and I can just go home.
Well, we're nearly there, and winning it tonight would obviously book a spot into Champions Week. One of your maybe ambitions for this year?
Yeah, that was the main goal at the start of the year. As soon as Q School sort of failed, it did fail to get through. This was the aim: win a week, get to Champions Week, and win a Champions Week. I'm good enough to win a Champions Week. I look at all the other winners; they're all very, very good dart players, but I don't think they're miles better than what I can be. Do you know what I mean?
Good to hear a bit of confidence. Best of luck tonight.
Thank you very much, pal. Cheers.
He's 2 from 2 on his doubles, make it 3 from 3. That's an 11 for Lishman to finally wrap it up. Says he got his number.
He has indeed.
Game shot in the first
And he goes the correct route as well.
167 for Lishman, and you get the sense he's going to have to take it. Bullseye. We know he's good on this target. He is very good on that target.
Yeah, Tommy Lishman's had quite the first half of 2026, and he'll be hoping that he gets a crowning glory tonight. At the Modus Super Series, he takes on Jake Neal. We told you to remember the name and you won't forget it now. He's already taken down the man who topped Group A on debut tonight in Rob Grundy. Produced some wonderful stuff this week, including the Big Fish. And he's got an opportunity here to make it through to the semi-finals. Even in defeat, it'd be hard to shift. So Jake Neal in an excellent position to make it through to the Final Four on debut. The man trying to stop him, Tommy Lishman, the favourite tonight, has made 3 Modus Super Series semi-finals. No title to show yet for any of them, and nobody will know the value of a fast start better than him. He has got the chance to make it through himself in this match, in fact, if he is able to win big. And can he convert those semi-finals into something better tonight? So confirmation then of what is needed for each player to get through. Tommy Lishman can guarantee qualification with a big win by a margin of 3 or 4 legs. And as for Jake Neal, for the dream debut to continue, well, what he needs is simply a victory. Here we go then, back to Group 1, and talking you through the match, Laura Turner and Sam Mulliner.
Thank you, Chris. And given the unforgiving nature of this format at this stage, you would think that Jake Neal is almost home and hosed into the knockout stages. That's not the case. He could still potentially be vulnerable. He's set to face Tommy Lishman. We've seen our 3 previous weekly winners in the field this evening, and of course the debutant Neal himself. Now one of the winners in waiting, Tommy Lishman. We've reeled off the list many an occasion before. 42. We all know who those winners in waiting are by now. Lishman is one of them. 3-time a weekly semi-finalist. Series 10 lost to Steve West 4-1 in the semi-final. Series 11, Andreas Harrison 4-3. Series 12, Dean Finn 4-2. Can he go those 2 steps better this evening?
97.
Yeah, going back to a point you just made there, you are right. It only happened last week that it was Lee Cox. He won his first match 4 legs to 3 against Scott Campbell.
100.
Then lost his next match by a heavier scoreline, 4 legs to 1. Scott Campbell then won 4 legs to 3, and he went through on leg difference. So it has happened as recently as last week.
48.
But I should say, it is kind of a straightforward permutation for Jake Neal. Just the win needed. But I say just the win. He's playing the weekly favourite.
Yeah, it was obviously a fantastic win, but again, due to the nature of this format, the problem is for Neal, it was a narrow win.
96.
That's why he is still slightly vulnerable. It's a tough old group, this as well.
Very difficult indeed.
100.
It's great to hear Tommy Lishman, when he spoke to you earlier, just kind of talk up his chances and just express that little bit of confidence that you could argue he's sometimes lacking. There were some signs of vulnerability during his group campaign, but ultimately got through with a match to spare.
Top of the shop.
84. Jake, you require 78.
Reprieve for Neal, who was made a relatively slow start, grew into this leg, but this is a real early chance now for Lishman.
38.
This week, of course, was plying his trade on the Pro Tour. Didn't really go his way either day, but don't let that detract you from just what a stellar year Lishman is having thus far.
10.
Well, big break opportunity come and gone for Tommy Lishman. And Neal is afforded this chance he perhaps wasn't expecting. Way south of the target. And can't make the adjustment on the 10s.
Tommy, you require 10.
Maybe some signs of nerves. At last, I suppose. But no one
6.
wants to take the initiative.
Jake, you require 10.
Tommy Lishman has been embroiled in a couple of games where there have been a few loose attempts at double, but it is Neal, to the delight of his fans and supporters here at the Live Lounge, who gets the opening leg.
Game on.
Taking it in his stride. It was scrappy, but again, it's a battle of a week.
59.
You've got to be able to scratch and claw and get a slice of luck here and there. It's not all going to be near 9 dart legs.
134.
Why not? No, I agree, absolutely. But there were some just chinks in the armour of Tommy Lishman, as I mentioned before, and
92.
one of them was the opening match yesterday, his opening match, and that was against Jamie Owens. He had 8 match darts to get across the line, lost 4 legs to 3. Similar thing happened on the Thursday, back on Thursday, where he had to survive 14 match darts against Keegan Brown. So although he was picking up the wins, they weren't coming as easily as I think
65.
Tommy Lishman would have liked.
Yeah, I think it's almost like we haven't really seen his A game yet. And openly admitted it's a new experience, despite being here
60.
plenty of occasions. It's a new experience for him being favourite. And we've seen players having to make that transition before from underdog, going under the radar, such as what Neil is doing.
140.
Lishman, the moment he walked into the building Thursday evening, had a target on his back.
Well, when you're here on debut and there isn't that level of expectation, coupled with the fact that when we've spoken to Jake, his attitude towards this is all about learning, enjoying, hoping to demonstrate how well he can play. He's not putting any pressure on himself. Not at the moment. I think as things go on, that may change.
125.
It's just almost.
Jake, you require 127.
Lishman threatening. Neil looking for a break. We'll get a shot at the ball for 2-0.
102.
And again, it's Neil's turn
Tommy,
to threaten, but
20.
Lishman ought to be tidying this up.
He's already had 7 darts at the outer ring as Tommy Lishman.
Game shot on the second.
Dart number 8
Tommy
is
Lishman.
the charm. We do have parity at 1-1.
Third leg, Jake to throw first. Game on. $96.
Just a nice, solid visit from Neil to kick off the third leg on his throw.
140.
And that was a slightly more free-flowing version of Tommy Lishman. Something that we've both picked up on throughout his Group B
57.
campaign was sometimes he was being a little bit more deliberate and they weren't quite panning out, as there is a little bit of a fly invasion up on the stage.
Good evening, Freddie. Freddie the Live Lounge Fly making an unwelcome appearance. We know, Tommy.
Yeah, his indication of the fly was
96.
kind of in keeping with a Brendan Dolan 180 celebration.
You're right to point out, though, Lishman has played his best stuff so far the past 3 nights when he's been in
100.
full flow.
Yeah, Thursday, it was a slow start for Lishman, despite getting the wins. As mentioned, they were a little bit arduous for him. And there was just a moment against Tomoya Goto
58.
where it was 2 apiece. Tommy just decided to kind of relax, just threw 3 that looked so casual and found a maximum, and that turned around his fortunes for the evening.
130.
And that is a regular ploy as well, just a nice little lob at the bullseye for good measure.
But that does normally come maybe first or
96.
second throw for Tommy Lishman. At
Tommy
least this is at the
required
back end of a
51.
leg.
Yeah, it doesn't always make logical sense, but it just happens. Lishman, once again, in the ascendancy, got over the line in the previous leg, threatened to break in the first,
on
but
the third
gets his
round.
break in
Tommy
the
Lishman.
third. Lishman now starts his
Fourth leg,
charge
Tommy to
on
throw
finals night.
first. Game on.
Again, it's almost like at times it's just too
83.
rigid from Lishman. Needs to a bit of WD-40 under the arms there, just to loosey-goosey it up a little bit, because that's when he's been playing his best.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it's something you could kind of trademark. Human WD-40.
100.
But that is a perfect example of exactly what you've just been saying. Thrown at a rapid pace, nice and easy, and it's the first maximum of this match.
58.
Yes, maybe not all the time you sort of think players should speed up a bit. Normally it's, well, hang on a minute, just take your time, don't rush. Let's
78.
compose yourself. Not for Lishman. Just get on with it. That's why he's so lofty in that
96.
challenge tour order of merit. That's why
Somebody
he's
require
picking up
160.
scalps on the Pro Tour this year.
Yeah, currently sat third on that table. But there's a wealth of darting talent
60.
sat south of Tommy Lishman's position.
$59.
This to go
Tommy,
within
require
one of the
100.
match. Lishman has found a couple of ton plus checkouts this week, but he's been thwarted once again by the fly.
Always aggressive when presented with a chance at tops.
60.
Lishman contemplating a future career in pest control at this stage.
96.
It's a good find with the last dart, but Tommy
Tommy, you
Lishman
require
sat there ready to
40.
pounce.
Lishman, of course, will still have Grundy to play.
Game shot on the fourth.
And he's
leg.
a leg
Tommy
away
Lishman.
from a win over Neil. Whereas we pointed out
Fifth
earlier,
leg,
because
Jake
his
to
win was so
Roper.
narrow,
Game on.
if he suffers a wide margin defeat here, he will then need a favour
83.
from Lishman. Lishman needs this leg
97.
to send himself through at the earliest opportunity.
Yeah, and then, as you say, it will be that nervous wait in the back room for Jake
58.
Neal. But Jake found himself in a really dubious position in his opening match against Rob Grundy. He was 3-1 down. He faced a match start and managed to battle his way
100.
back in. He needs to find those kind of levels that saw him get over the line in the opening match.
$100.
Doesn't seem flustered though, Neil.
And ultimately, you know, for Tommy Lishman, it's one breaker throw. It's one throw that he's won
60.
against the darts. But when you're in a race to four, it's just amplified because time runs out so quickly.
Looks very measured.
58.
Looks like he belongs on this stage. Looks ice cool. The problem for Neil is he's
58.
facing arguably one of, if not the most informed player without a tour card at the moment.
Yeah, well, a little hop, skip and a jump from Tommy Lishman. They're not
97.
happy with that visit because he is not on a finish, whereas Neil is.
$128.
Oh,
Jake,
a
you require
rare
105.
sign of real emotion. Neil can stay alive with tops.
85.
It's a great effort.
Tommy, you require
Sensible route
58.
taken as well for Jake Neal, but Lishman for the match, for qualification to the semi-finals.
Takes that second to compose himself,
Game
and it
shot,
is
and
worked
a
a treat,
Tommy
and
Lishman.
Tommy Lishman is through to the knockout stages into a fourth consecutive weekly semi-final here at the Super Series. Can he go one, or he wants two steps better here this evening? The favourite before a dart was thrown this week is on his way and into the knockout stages. It's a 4-1 win for Tommy Lishman.
Well, the favourite showed just why he is the favourite, didn't he, before the break? Tommy Lishman was emphatic. 4 legs to 1 against Jake Neal. The debutant's fairy tale checked hard by a man who's waited a long time for a night that might be just starting down the route to glory. Lishman with the most convincing victory of the evening so far, a 4-1 win over Jake Neal, who had won his earlier match, so will now be waiting patiently in the practice room for the remaining group games. That's Group 1. Into Group 2 now, and Jamie Owens needs to get a victory over Brian Roman, the last player to appear on the stage from the 6 tonight, and he had a little catch-up with Henry Deacon on how the last 6 months or so have been going for the Belgian.
Brian, last 6 months, they've been better 6 months, haven't they?
I wouldn't say the last 6 months have been better, but the last 2-3 months have been better, yeah.
Has there been any particular reason why things have seemingly clicked again?
I'm just happy in life again, living the dream, good friends behind me, good family behind me, and started practicing again.
Has the perspective been big for yourself? Because I know the last few years have been difficult, losing your tour cards, suffering with injury, and particularly off the back of a really good couple of years where you're WDF #1 and you were flying on tour. Have you kind of brought yourself back down almost to ground zero again and tried to build your way back up?
Well, that's the way I've looked at it. It's been very hard the last few years, especially with the way darts is in Belgium. It's booming so hard, everyone has big expectations and everything. So I just put myself back into the background and then started practicing again, playing here and there a little tournament, but not big things, just preparing for the bigger things.
So is it sometimes a case of taking a step backwards can be the thing that takes you 2 steps forwards?
Well, I had to take step backs in my personal life. It hasn't been great, so I had to take step backs, and then after that I just picked myself back up and started playing well again.
And I get the sense, having commentated on you a lot the last few months, that there's a much more business side. There's still the little bit of maverick stuff here and there, but where sometimes it looked like you would do some things just to be a little bit flashy, there's a serious tempo about yourself now.
Yeah, the thing is, all the strange routes that I used to do with the finishing, it was just to keep myself interested into the game because I was getting bored of it. But lately it's just, I still like the game, I'm starting to like it again, and that's why I don't need those silly things.
Have you set yourself any goals, or is it just a case of just enjoying yourself?
It's just enjoying myself. If I have to set myself a goal, then it's the same goal as last year, and that's winning a week in here. But apart from that, I'm just trying to enjoy it.
How close do you feel you are now to that?
I'm very close. I'm in a good spot. The head is in the right spot. So I think I'm due. Yeah.
How would it compare to some of the other things you won if you were to finally get them? Because it's been a hard task to get yourself into these positions.
I don't really compare because like I said, I've started back from zero and then starting again. So I don't really compare it, but it will be amazing to do it.
Yeah, and Brian Roman, well, he was lifting the trophy alongside his Belgian teammate, wasn't he, Andy Bartons, at the International Pairs Week that was before this series. But for his opponent, this one is going to be win or go home. Jamie Owens, who has had success at the Modus Super Series himself a couple of series ago, making it through to Champions Week, but has to win after defeat to David Evans earlier this evening. Owens, a former footballer, hoping to up the scoring and find his finishing touch tonight. Brian Roman, as just mentioned, winner of that International Pairs, a third edition for Belgium, a former world #1, sharp finisher. And he knows that he's got a bit of a Brucey bonus here because of that result in the group earlier on. Simple equation on the board for the Belgian if he is going to make it through to the semi-finals. So in terms of making it through, here's what Jamie Owens needs to do. He must win the match to stay in, and he will qualify regardless of the last result with a 4-0 or 4-1 victory here. As for Brian Roman, it is as simple as it could get. A victory for him, and he's straight through to the semi-finals with a game to spare. And with that, I will hand you back to Laura and Sam in commentary.
Thank you, Murph. Yes, almost a bit of a maturing Brian Roman there. Former WDF world #1, of course, won the Swedish Masters and Romanian Open last year, and is another winner in waiting here. Has come very close indeed. Twice losing in a weekly final here, most recently back in Series 12 against Carl Wilkinson.
123.
Solid from Owens. Our first glimpse of Roman this
100.
evening. Been a long week for him. Starting Monday morning in Group A, battling through Group C, winning Group C. And yet,
44.
After finishing Group C, went half an hour down the road to Chelsea and played pairs with Justicia last night.
100.
Well, he did say at one point that perhaps was falling out of love with the game. Well, it does not appear that that's the case anymore. And we've seen some really good stuff from Brian so far this week. Group A did not go to plan. Group C most certainly did. And true to form, Owens just continuing that big hitting.
119. Jamie require 154.
The match goes his way.
$58.
Roman not yet on a finish, but can certainly
52.
Where pressure can't
Jamie
do so in spades.
96.
And Owens looking now to take the opening leg here on his own throw. Can't do so. Outside opportunity,
56.
Roman, the little fish.
Brian, you require 130.
And this is where Brian Roman has really shone. I mean, that makes it a little bit awkward, but a great second dart and straight in the ball. Second time plus checkout of the evening. First blood to Brian Roman.
Come on.
His finishing, if you take yesterday out of the equation, because it was up and down yesterday, and he even said that himself, the rest of the week, it has been pretty good indeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
60.
Given a night like this, be the one that has the most superior finishing in
42.
high-pressure situations, just as we've seen from Brian Roman in that opening leg, breaking the Owens throw at the earliest opportunity.
85.
After Owens squandered a chance to hold. Just as we've heard from him, this is the one he wants most this year.
Twice the runner-up, but never got his hands on the main prize.
40.
Owens, of course, has already achieved the feat. He's up against it.
100.
Otherwise, it's an early exit for J-Lo here this evening.
190. Brian require 129.
Action for a big score for Jamie Owens. Leaves him on a finish, but Roman could be looking at the ball again, but needed the treble 20.
57. Jamie require 136.
Won't go well grouped.
60.
Ultimately treble-less,
Brian
a
requires
shrug from
72.
Owens. Roman approaches, looking to double his advantage. Just looking for an angle.
32.
Caught the flight there.
Jamie require 76.
Bit of a reprieve for Owens for an immediate break back.
56.
Again, those were the sort of shots that were going in the
Brian
early stages
require
of
40.
sessions in Group B.
They were the ones that he missed, crucially, against David Owens, but Roman now racing into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first.
Good support in the crowd for Brian Roman. One thing is for certain.
180.
Owens will continue to scrap and battle and will go
58.
down swinging.
He is not the type of player that's just going to roll over, even if things aren't going his way. Now, Brian Roman joining the 180 club.
Four in the match so far.
95.
3 from the man that's currently 2-0 down.
96. Jamie, you require 126.
Which unfortunately for Owens isn't the first time that's happened. But he can fire himself back into contention. But again, it's also close for Owens.
167.
And this would hurt. This would really hurt for Owens. The treble 19 doesn't play ball for Roman. This has got to go now for Owens.
Yeah, it really does feel crucial. It's 2 at double 8. Only the one needed, and a big reaction from Jamie Owens.
Full flag Brian to Rofer.
Team Owens there.
Game on.
His son travelling down from the northeast.
100.
And I guess it's how much of a difference it makes when you're trying to perform as well, not just for yourself, not just for the win, but in front of your family.
Owens' mum there as well.
100.
Family affair here for J-Lo this evening.
He did say, though, didn't he? He felt like he made a bit of a mistake
59.
earlier on in terms of his travel arrangements to get here. Opted, obviously Group B doesn't start till 10 p.m, so opted to travel up on the day, but it did make it a rather long day, and you could see him tiring into the last stages of the session.
It's a good point, considering the week he did win here. He participated in Group A, so that kind of forces the issue. You can't travel down in the morning unless you leave at silly o'clock.
90.
Nice ball from Moran. What can Owens do? I very much doubt he will try and leave double one, given the situation, doesn't he? He was sensible.
Has to shuffle along because he's made that a bit awkward. Can't find a path through to double 18. So Owens could level things up here.
No, double 14. Could be awkward. Isn't awkward. Roars himself level. 4-2 scoreline could be significant should Owens get the right side of it. Because then we are potentially in 9-dart shootout territory with Roman still to face Evans.
Yeah, Jamie Owens now really demonstrating that fighting quality that we've spoken about. Brian Roman is one of those players
140.
When things are going his way, you can just see the confidence building. It's how he deals with any kind of adversity, because Jamie Owens is throwing absolutely everything at him.
Well, you knew he would. Owens is a brawler.
81.
They're made from tough stuff in that part of the world. They're not just going to roll over, as you say.
121.
They're going to battle all the way.
Makes the adjustment with the last start. Levels his score with Owens, but Owens with the advantage of throwing first in this leg.
100.
Looks like Roman is up for the fight as well, though.
100. Jamie requires
matching
80.
each other. Nothing separating them.
Owens just making sure he is properly settled before throwing the darts. Needs to avoid that dart. Does so well. Plenty of the top target to see, and it's right in the middle. 3 consecutive legs now for Jamie Owens.
Sick flag Brian to throw first. Game on.
Look at that. 14.
140.
Followed by 2 15 dart legs for Owens. Roman is in a battle now.
57.
Good opening from the Belgian. Can he back it up? Oh, he can.
Yeah, back-to-back visits of 140 for Roman in a leg that he has to win. He is going to progress straight through after this match.
91.
Roman doesn't blink. Again, he's left the little fish.
Will you
Owens
please
just
keep the clapping when the players are not about to throw.
taking the pause there.
Before the first start. Thank you.
Just reminding a few in the crowd there to give the players the best of order.
It's kind of twofold because it is an intimate arena here. You're up close and personal with the players, but these players would have been used to quite a quiet atmosphere throughout the week as well.
43.
Oh, it's just slipped into the double.
Brian, you require 87.
Nevertheless, the pressure is being applied to Brian Roman. He needs the ball.
49.
And this time
Jamie
the attempt is wild.
25.
As you say, this is a chance. Yes, he has to burn a dart. But he's already taken this out.
Double 4 for a crucial victory.
21.
It doesn't go. We could be going all the way.
Brian, you require 38.
Roman decision straight at this double. Does he split it? That's the quandary. He splits. Double 7. It doesn't
24.
go. Frustration from Roman.
Jamie, you require 4.
Owens returns. Double 1.
Game shot.
Gets over the line. And Jamie Owens stays alive here in finals night. It's the 4-2 scoreline, which has potential to send us to a 9-dart shootout in this Group 2. Roman played his part, a 92 and change average there with that 130 checkout, but it's Owens that gets the crucial win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jamie Owens is still standing despite that 4-2 defeat to David Evans earlier on tonight. He bounced back with a victory by the same scoreline against Brian Roman, who will take on Evans in the final match. And regular viewers of the Super Series will be aware that that group could yet come down to a 9-dart shootout. In terms of Group 1, though, where we are going to be dotting the I's and crossing the T's right now, this is how the land lies before the final match of the group between Tommy Lishman and Rob Grundy. Lishman has qualified already for the semi-finals. 3 legs would see him win the group. Rob Grundy, having lost to Jake Neal earlier, must win to qualify, lose, and he is out. And spare a thought for Jake Neal, who's going to be watching this in the practice room and hoping that Lishman does a job on Grundy. If Lishman wins, he's through. If Grundy wins, he is out. So the players on the stage ready to settle the score in this group. It is a kind of knockout match, but not between the two players that are playing it. Sam Mulliner and Laura Turner will try and make sense of it for you.
Yes, we will try, but things will become a lot clearer as this game starts to unravel. So Tommy Lishman, he's comfortable in the knowledge that he's going through. As for Rob Grundy, he had a really good opening match against Jake Neal. He was 3 legs to 1 up. Narrowly missed a 9-darter. Ended up going out in 12 off the back of hitting an 11. And after that, I don't know if the 9-dart attempt just kind of threw him slightly. But then Jake Neal upped his levels and managed to get across the line 4 legs to 3. For Jake Neal, though, it will be a nervy wait in the back room.
49.
Yeah, no real below par performance from Grundy despite that defeat, but he's had a bit of a wait since then. But much
57.
like his fellow North East compatriot Jamie Owens, he will always battle to the bitter end.
140.
Whichever the outcome. It just seems as though Lishman is just sort of growing into the task at hand.
100.
Jake Neal, of course, falling foul to a Lishman performance. And despite opening the show with that 4-3 win, Neal
48.
Very, very vulnerable.
Well, I mentioned in Neal's first match, and off the back of what you said about not necessarily being safe
100.
when you win by a tight scoreline. It was Lee Cox last week. He won his opening 4-3, lost his next one 4 legs to 1, and did not make it through. For Jake Neal and all his friends and family that have come down to support him, they will hope that that is not the same trend 2 weeks in a row.
It's why it's so important in this format to win big, lose small. We see it so often. Players opening up the show with a win, thinking that's it, I'm as good as through.
100.
And all of a sudden, the guy they beat has progressed instead of you.
100.
Well, Grundy first down
Robbie
to a finish.
require
Pressure applied by
144.
Lishman. Yeah, frustration for Grundy. He knows the importance of winning this match.
98. Tommy, you require 106.
Lishman then 106. Treble, single, double combination required. You can excuse him that. Would have left a sort of dodgy double, but the lie
Robbie requires
was
46.
favourable. The execution wasn't. And Grundy can get an early break of throw here. He is a man on a mission. Can afford no more slip-ups.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he's off to the best
Rob
possible
Grundy.
start.
Second leg, Rob to throw first. Game on.
And he's feeling it. He wants his second Weekly win here. It's been a long time since that weekly title. He's had that stint on the Pro Tour. Before then, it was way back in Series 5 when he defeated Paul Hogan 4-0.
57.
Final. Here we are now in Series 14. Grundy is back, looking for further honours.
Great recovery after that first start. Already putting a bit of distance between himself and Tommy Lishman. But back comes Tommy. Again, the throw, the rhythm, the pace, perfect for Lishman, who is enjoying himself up on the stage. I mean, it must be nice knowing that, you know, the outcome of this match, yes, it will have a bearing on the likes of Jake Neal, on Rob Grundy,
60.
but you can enjoy it as well.
It looks so nonchalant when it happens. It's brilliant to see in such free flow. Grundy, of course, much more methodical. Just sort of procedure with Grundy.
Second throw in a row that darts just slipped into the fives.
82.
It does well to find a big treble with the last dart. Make sure he's on a finish when he comes back.
Just a little glance across to the score there.
96. Probably require
Finds cover with the
134.
19s. Grundy, though, once again, first dibs on a finish. Does like to utilise the 18s. Finds the treble 20. So, 56 remaining.
94.
Nice
Tommy
setup.
require
No
128.
doubt about that, but Lishman can get his break back in spectacular order.
It's a beautiful first start. We'll stay there.
88.
It's always the problem with a 1-2-8 finish.
Well,
You find that
require
first treble,
40.
you're almost punished for it because you have to find the second one.
Grundy then for 2-0. He's
on
halfway
the
there.
second leg. Rob Grundy.
After surviving a scare in the first match of
Third
this
leg, Tommy
evening
to throw
against Jake
first.
Neal, who I dare
Game
say
on.
is watching on in the players' room very nervously. Grundy did make this sort of start against Neal himself, however.
100.
Yeah, and playing a very dangerous player in Tommy Lishman.
Lishman here, of course, still has the chance to eliminate Grundy, who he will know is a huge threat. You let him get out of this group stage, he could well be the one to deny Lishman his inaugural
100.
weekly win here at the Super Series.
Yeah, don't forget there's other elements for Lishman here at play because, yes, he's through. That's the main thing. But
53.
They want to be topping the group as well. So leg difference may come into play, especially if he suffers a heavy defeat at the hands of Grundy.
Yeah, 4-2 or better. We'll see Grundy top the group. He's put himself in a great position to do so. With visits like that.
Yeah, whoever does top the group, they are safe in the knowledge that they will have the throw.
59.
And whilst that isn't
Robbie
always
require
an essential
170.
element of the game, if it runs tight, and we've seen a few of them do that already tonight, it is important.
Well, he's disgusted with himself at that first start of the combination.
123.
But again, adjusts really well
Tommy
and
require
has set up
142.
the possibility of going into a 3-0 lead. Lishman just contemplating this 1-4-2, giving himself a bit of time.
went
82.
for the 17s, and now Grundy
Rob, you require 47.
can continue his progress to the knockout stages along with Lishman. Just about gets the big number.
Game
But there's
shot on the
no
third
issue
round.
whatsoever with the double. It is a 3-0 lead for Rob
Full
Grundy.
flag Rob to throw first.
And there's a huge
Game on.
support in the crowd for Jake Neal here, who have been silenced.
Yeah, Lishman looking slightly perturbed at the back of the stage as he
100.
finds himself 3-0 behind.
Nibble of the flights for Lishman.
100.
To tell. Again, Lishman thought he was cruising. And all of a sudden,
100.
he's not going to top the group. Yes, of course, he's going to progress, but he won't have the darts in the semi-final.
Yeah, and the other
140.
aspect of that is, in essence, you will be playing the player that does top the alternative group, and that, in theory, is the kind of the informed player from group number 2. So there are elements and there are benefits from
135.
topping your group.
Well, don't speak too soon. The other group may well have to go through a 9-dart shootout.
Which David Evans will be desperate to
170.
avoid, having lost out in one of those previously.
Big fish visit from Lishman to set up and finish Grundy on a bogey number.
$98. Tommy, you require 91.
So can he get himself back into this match before it really gets away from him? Again, it's quite slow an approach for Lishman.
And methodical in delivery. He's going for the 25. He was trying to play it safe. It's pulled into the 19, so 72 required.
He's not the type of player to play things safe. Is that a sign of pressure just starting to tell?
55.
The aggressive follow-up? Maybe not.
Rob, you require
He does
68.
like a double-double. It didn't quite come off. But for Lishman, that was a somewhat puzzling play. And now he has to hope. Grundy, a perfect display to send himself through. Rob Grundy survives a huge scare after suffering defeat in our opening match of the evening. He has followed that up by whitewashing the weekly favourite. Grundy is through, along with Tommy Lishman, who has to settle for second place in the group. Grundy wins it, and Jake Neal, the dream debut, has come to a shuddering halt. A superb performance by Rob Grundy.
Well, before the break, Rob Grundy produced a demolition job against Tommy Lishman. Superb stuff in bouncing back from that earlier defeat to Jake Neal and winning this one by 4 legs to 0. A whitewash of the favourite when only a win would do. Grundy is through, and he's through in style. And that, of course, means that the fairy tale ends here for Jake Neal without even throwing a dart. The outsider bows out because of that bounce back victory for Rob Grundy. Group 1 sees Grundy and Lishman go through. And now attention turns to Group 2. And this is the situation. Brian Roman needs a big win to go through. 4-0 or 4-1, the only 2 scorelines that will do to qualify him. As for David Evans, doesn't even need to win. 3 legs will put him through. However, watch out for a Brian Roman 4-2 victory, because if we get that, that means that the group will be determined by a 9-dart shootout. That would be the only way that Jamie Owens could face the same fate as Jake Neal, and that is go out while watching in the practice room. So he is going to return to the stage tonight. He can only lose in a 9-dart shootout, Jamie Owens. These two will be battling it out, and I suppose they'll be hoping that that isn't the outcome of this match, but I'm sure Laura and Sam are amongst the many, many people watching it who quite hope that it is the outcome in this game.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Brian to
It's
Farouk
been that
first.
sort of week, though, hasn't it? So it wouldn't be a shock. Roman will be looking to replicate Rob Grundy,
85.
who was scintillating in that whitewash win over Tommy Lishman. Lishman suffered a whitewash defeat last night against Tomoyo Goto.
58.
Yeah, we've mentioned it with Lishman previously. There have just been a few signs of fragility in Lishman's game.
140.
But both these players, I think, will be very keen indeed to avoid a 9-dart shootout, because they've both played in
60.
one before and they've both lost in one before. For Brian Roman, it was at the international pairs alongside Zanti Vandenberg, that very memorable one where Scott Campbell of Scotland hit 2 180s with his 2 throws, absolute perfection. But for David Evans, it was a really difficult one to take. I was there, I remember it, the disappointment in his face, because he'd won his first game 4 legs to 1. Lost his next one 4-1, and then unfortunately lost out in the shootout against Danny Ayres and Henry Coates.
Henry Coates, of course, already safely through to Champions Week. The Rising Star winner as well.
Brian, you require 76.
Roman sailing towards this first leg.
On the first leg.
Finishes with a plum as well. Evans was nowhere to be seen.
Second leg, David to
Roman wants that big win. Evans averaged just shy of a ton in his opening match of the night. That 4-2 win over Owens. 4 180s
100.
he hit as well. Just a little bit slow out of the traps this evening in this one, however.
I think it was 4 180s in as many legs, if not less, for David Evans. It was a brilliant start to his finals night. Talking of 180s, just like it when it pans out, right?
59.
Well, he's firing on all cylinders again. That opening leg, he will be hoping, was just a blip. Oh, that's perfect first dart placement from Stretch yet again. Back to back.
140.
Not quite, but 2 out of 3 will do just fine.
Well, that's a brilliant response from Brian Roman, but down to 81 after just 9. That's world-class level.
Bullseye.
49.
Well, if you are going to miss, I mean, it's a happy accident that if he gets back, then he's got double 16 left to get.
126.
Good lead.
David, you require 32.
gambled, if anything. Again, he's been strong and reliable on tops. 16s has been shaky.
No
Rubbish,
Brian,
he
you
says.
require 14.
And this could be a gift for Roman. Awkward. Oh, he's wide, but finds it at the second attempt to double his lead. Needs a big win, gets a break of throw for his trouble. He's on his way.
But in his opening match, he did race into a 4-0 lead against Jamie Owens. Jamie Owens winning the next 4 legs to make sure he was victorious. David Owens, he will be disappointed because that was a break of throw. He had 3 darts in hand, had an additional 1 at the ball as well.
There is now a real scenario where the 2 players who opened up the show this evening with impressive victories
97.
could be the 2 who are eliminated.
$56.
Incredible.
Now there's this kind of internal chatter coming out. I can see at the back of the stage from David Evans. He will battle, he will fight, but he's not quite perhaps as battle-hardened as a Jamie Owens. He cannot get despondent. He cannot afford to drop his head at any point, and it's a solid response.
Yeah, can't afford to. This is where this format is so unforgiving.
100.
You may think at first glance it's a forgiving format in that a defeat here and there might not cost you.
No, but it is unforgiving that a win doesn't guarantee
60.
you anything.
Brian, you
And
require
that's where it can hurt.
87.
Bit of a
David,
slip
you
with the
require
third, but
145.
not a total disaster for a man. Should this 145 not go? It's not going to go again. The second dart in that combination for stretch just isn't there.
$78.
And this
Brian, you require
for
57.
3-0 for Brian Roman.
Just throwing out that tension in the arm. Double 10.
Huge
draw.
Brian Roman.
And that tells you all you need to know. Roman,
4th leg, David to
1 leg
Roman.
away from not just progressing, why winning the group.
Dave Evans was in the back. He couldn't actually see the entirety of his head, but he was looking up, he was shaking it, he just was not happy, couldn't even look.
100.
4-0 or 4-1 sends Roman through by topping the group, and he would be taking Jamie Owens with him.
59.
Knocking out his opponent here, David Evans, who had put in the performance of the night so far.
Yeah, these two, they do have a little bit of history
40.
here at the Modus Super Series, and it doesn't make great reading for David Evans. Dave has won one meeting out of 5. The other 4 have all gone the way of Brian.
95.
We saw a little bit of this from Dave when he took on Tommy Lishman in the group stages, that there are certain players that I feel may just get under the skin of David Evans in terms of how he plays against them. And I'm not sure if we're seeing something similar here because he's way off
96.
that nigh on ton average we saw in his opening match.
Yeah, horses for courses. Given that as well, Evans has played all of his best stuff over the last 3
40.
nights against Jamie Owens. He struggled against Lishman, as you just pointed out. He hasn't got a good record against Roman. It could be his downfall once again, but again, he's not going to go down quietly. He's going to continue to fight. That's fantastic setup play.
Interestingly, though, the last 3 results between the two of them have been 4 legs to
60.
2. So if that
David, you require 132.
is an outcome, then it could be interesting.
And Roman, for For the first time in this match, at least,
104.
Just visit behind in terms of the scoring stakes. Nothing really coming in the way of
57.
significant pressure either. Again,
David
free
required
rein
28.
for Evans to get off the mark. G's himself up. Come on, he says. And again.
14.
But that area of the board, it's a very love-hate relationship.
Yeah, and with Brian right the way back on 190, there could have been an argument there to have just
100.
switched out that double seven.
David
It's
required
not
14.
a favourable dart for many players, and it doesn't break down very easy.
Game shot on the 4th leg. David Evans.
Gets it. And on we go. Again,
5th leg,
the permutation
Brian to throw first.
is the same. A hold of throw for Brian Roman here. Sends himself through, top of the group, and would take Owens with him, not David Evans. Evans needs to find his real best stuff in this leg.
140.
And in this situation, I think you'd settle for a 140. You'd have loved another maximum. Hit 4
22.
of them in his opening match, just the one to his name in this one.
That stray is not going to help his cause. Does go some way to rescuing the visit, but at this stage, once more,
60.
needs more. It's a let-off. Roman goes trebleless.
I'm just wondering if Roman is just starting to feel it as well. These will be tense times, nervy times. Both players should be adept at these situations. They've played here often enough.
Good stuff from Stretch.
58.
2 140s in
David
this
require
all-important
138.
leg. 6 minimum. Another. 10s could be the play, but
106.
again, it's left a double that has been very hit and miss.
59.
And you have to say, in this
David
leg in
required
particular,
32.
Brian Roman's been a bit hit and miss.
Game shot on the 5th.
No mistakes, a 13
David
dart breaker throw for David Evans. And he's got those 2 legs.
6th leg, David to throw first.
And now the picture has changed completely for Brian Roman. But Evans was looking to
180.
dish out some punishment. Roman needs this leg. There is no 2 ways about it. Has to win it to send it to a 9-dart
100.
shootout. Otherwise, he is going to be the one that exits at the group stage.
Such a difficult format. And if you go into this knowing the permutations as well, it can just amplify the feeling, intensify the pressure.
100.
Roman, we've seen it a couple of times where he has started a match so brightly and was thundering towards the finish line, but
98.
almost sort of pulls himself up before the finish on Derby Day.
You talk about how brutal this format can be.
100.
We started off with Brian Roman,
David
went
required
to that
98.
3-0 lead, and we're talking about him topping the group. Now we're contemplating him not making it through at all.
Double 12 for Stretch. Wow, that was
83.
a flyer.
That was a remiss of Rob Grundy's attempt for double 12 earlier off the back of 8 perfect darts.
45.
Couldn't have been punished on that
15.
occasion due to Roman not being on a checkout. Evans makes no mistake with the big number. Double 4. 2 2s.
13.
Now then, Brian Roman.
Brian, you require 156.
What can you do? And the comical facial expression there
100.
is maybe
David, you require 2.
an air of resignation for the Riddler. A shake of the head. Evans, though, is in the madhouse.
No score.
And he knows
Brian, you require 56.
how important that miss could be.
Double 10. Oh,
46.
Brian. That was
David,
his
you require
chance.
2.
Gifted another opportunity. That could have been the moment.
Sorry, he did have his chance.
Game shot on the sixth leg. David
Big reaction from Dave Evans. Levels it up at 3-all.
Seventh and final leg, Brian to throw first.
I think he knew.
Game on.
Kind of permutations on this one.
Absolutely. This is not his first rodeo here at the Super Series, and
100.
we were so close to not just a 9-dart shootout. Evans was so close to being eliminated himself. It's an admirable fight back from stretch. And again, Brian Roman just couldn't get over the finish line, and when you look out, things like that happen.
Evans just managed to find that extra gear. He's piling on the pressure. Winning at the Live Lounge is difficult enough. Winning by a certain scoreline is just an extra bit of headspace taken up that dart players do not need to be taken up.
It's telling though, isn't it? Given that we came into tonight with 3 players winning weeks previously.
82.
All of them have progressed.
55. David, you require 99.
Single 10. Double 16 for the match.
67.
Roman not on a finish, and it is the end of the line, unfortunately, for the Riddler.
58.
The wait continues.
David, you require 32.
Evans once again topping a group.
Game shot.
And winning 2 out of 2. But my word, he has survived an almighty scare. David Evans was almost eliminated himself. We almost had a 9-dart shootout, but Evans qualifies and he takes Jamie Owens with him. It's the end of the road for the Riddler. It's been a long week for Brian Roman, but it's Evans with a fantastic comeback victory. It's Evans and Owens that progress.
Welcome the Tendron Academy to the Modus Live Lounge. Young prospects paving the way for the future of darts. With the unforgettable experience of meeting the players, it's time for the top 3 9-dart challenge. Time to introduce their opponent, our semi-professional player, Jared Cole!
Well, there's a chance here. He's not trailing by too much. If he can just stay straight for all 3, he's got a chance. Unfortunately, Jared Cole has won.
Different tact with the second throw, and it's paying off.
67.
Yes!
Oh, I love it. And that's a great second dart.
79.
Go on, George.
Jared
You
Cole
can't
hits
believe it.
170. Your winner, George, with
Go
184.
on, George. What a performance. And he
Go
gives
on.
it the big boom as well.
60.
Oh, that's handy.
Winning in 6, but he was fired up for this one.
100. Your winner is George. Think your academy will enjoy the full live lounge experience? Email us at superseries@motorsports.com. We can't wait to hear from you and have you here.
Yeah, welcome back and a great welcome to the Tendring Darts Academy from Essex. We have had a few academies here and a lot are taking us up on the offer, and it's great to see the kids enjoying themselves on the stage and then watching the action later on.
Yeah, I loved it. I really enjoyed the 9-dart challenge. I thought, playing someone like Jared Cole, you can see how much, the kids get out of it. We could be looking at someone in a few years' time that will be here at the Live Lounge trying to pick up a full weekly title. You just never know.
Yeah, that's what it is all about here at the Super Series, and they've had plenty of drama and darting delights to watch this evening. Let's recap what has happened tonight. And here it is, 4-3 win for Jake Neal in the opening match of the night. Wasn't enough to see him through. He lost 4-1 to Tommy Lishman in Group 1, and then despite the fact Lishman himself lost 4-0 to Rob Grundy, it was Lishman and Grundy who went through. And in Group 2, well, David Evans beat Jamie Owens 4-2 in the first match. He bounced back with a 4-2 win against Brian Roman. In that last match, it was just full of drama. It could have gone either way. In the end, Evans won it, and he goes through as the winner of Group 2. In terms then of the semi-finals, this is what is still to come tonight. The first will feature Rob Grundy and Jamie Owens, and then David Evans will take on Tommy Lishman before the final at the end of the evening. Tonight so far, I mean, we don't even need the semis and final. We've seen some brilliant stuff, and there's been plenty of drama as well.
Yeah, it's right down to the very last match, as you just mentioned. Brian Roman, 3-0 lead, a match that we started off talking at that point that he could top the group. Then it came to conversations about a 9-dart shootout, and then it came to the conversation that actually Brian Roman's not going to progress, and it's David Evans that goes through. Yeah, it was a real swing match, and unfortunately for the Belgian, he was the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I mean, the tension at the end of this game, it was palpable, wasn't it? You could see Evans had missed this opportunity to get to the 3 legs he needed, then finally just on double one of all doubles as well. A bit of a release there. But Brian Roman seemed to, in both games, have that kind of resigned look. Here we go again kind of expression on his face.
And that is the danger, isn't it? When you have been that player that's been a runner-up on a couple of occasions, you've made multiple finals nights, but you've just never made it right the way through to lifting that trophy, that you can think it's a bit of history repeating. Brian started both his matches really well. He was in a 2-0 lead in his first one. He was in a 3-0 lead against David Evans, and ultimately he was pegged back. And yeah, it's frustrating for him, but we know how good he is, and I'm sure he'll be back here for another crack at it.
Didn't start quite as well as David Evans did in his first match, mind. I mean, what is it about playing Jamie Owens for him that seems to bring out the best in stretch?
I have no idea, but it really does. It was a near perfect start for David Evans. I mean, the first 2 matches we had so much power scoring. But David Evans, I think in that match, racked up 4 180s. Owens had 2. It was an absolute belter.
Yeah, and those first 4 came within the first, 2.5 legs of the game for David Evans, who was on course for a 9-darter as well tonight. Not the only one either.
Yes, yeah, we came close. And I think with Dave, especially in this first match, he almost looked annoyed when it didn't find a treble 20. He obviously felt very confident, felt very good up on the stage. As for Jamie Owens, he threw everything that he possibly could at him, but Evans was just that bit too strong. And here you see the 1-4-1 attempt. And I imagine at this point, the heart is absolutely racing. But unfortunately, treble 19 was not kind to David Evans in that match.
Yeah, nice reaction there from Jamie Owens as well. He kind of looked like he wanted it to go. He thought it might as well because everything else is going in against him in meetings between them. We saw that one in Group B as well. But in terms of Jamie Owens, we spoke about the competitive nature that he has, the way that he does have that sort of bounce back ability, that courage, those guts, and he showed them in his next match, didn't he, to turn it around?
Yeah, he was 2-0 down, and we just thought Brian Romani looked like he was flying, and true to form, then this kind of grit came out from Jamie Owens and manages to win and reel off 4 consecutive legs. I mean, to be fair to Brian, he's been on the back of allowing his opponent 4 legs in a row. It happened twice tonight. But Jamie Owens, yeah, he had to get the win. He had to win by that margin or better, and he is through.
Both of those players, of course, players that have had success here before, of course, could end up meeting in the final as well. That could be something, couldn't it?
That could be special. That could really be special. Yeah, and I imagine it's one that David Evans would be quite happy with. But whereas Jamie Owens, he'll want to be getting a bit of revenge if that is the case, because he has been on the end of a few big defeats at the hands of Stretch.
Certainly has. Let's talk about Rob Grundy, because that looked like quite a big defeat at the start of the night, didn't it? The favourite losing, well, one of the favourites, sorry, the winner of Group A losing to the outsider in the first match. And he had it all to do when he took on Tommy Lishman. But wow, what a performance and what a win that was.
Yeah, it felt like he had a lot to do as well. Ultimately, though, he lost small, and I think that's a key element to some success. You can afford to lose, but you just want to lose by a small margin, and it was a 4-3 loss. But to get a 4-0 win over the likes of a Tommy Lishman, Tommy did not underperform by any means. We just have high expectations from him, but Rob Grundy just found a high level, consistent, and did exactly what he needed to do, not just to qualify, but to top the group.
And equally, like the same point I just made, that could be the final tonight. So having already won 4-0, how much does that do to the mentality of both players?
It's got to be huge, really big confidence boost. I think winning 4-0 against anyone will give you that boost. But if you then face that opponent once again, which this format does allow, then yeah, he's got just that little bit of edge. But again, revenge is sweet. I often say that, so Lishman will be out for him.
But that match didn't really matter for him, did it, Tommy Lishman? It's a strange scenario to be in. He'd done all the damage in his first game.
Yeah, and I just wonder, how do you maintain those high levels of adrenaline that some players seem to need in order to get the best? And maybe that was just the difference. Grundy had to win. Lishman had the luxury of knowing that if he didn't, well, it wasn't a disaster, but it did mean he came second in the group. But it does mean, again, it's the third meeting between him and David Evans. Last time they met, 2 days ago when they met, it was another 9-dart attempt missed at double 12 for Lishman.
Yeah, we've had one from him, David Evans getting 7 in, Rob Grundy missing the 9th dart tonight as well, so we could yet get one, who knows. But let's have a word on Jake Neal, because he must be bitterly disappointed having been knocked out in the practice room effectively after that great start tonight. Yeah,
it's funny enough in the break, Sam and I were saying the same thing, that it just feels, if you go up there and you lose and you're knocked out of a tournament, then ultimately, yeah, that hurts, but you can deal with it. To be waiting for a result, that's more difficult. But it was great to see him here. He's had a great time. He played brilliantly, and so much friends and family and support.
I want to know, was he practicing his autograph then? That's what it looked like to me.
I think that's a good idea. Honestly, if he carries on in the vein that he showed here, then yeah, he's doing his signatures. He's up there with some fans.
Well, yeah, exactly. Get the practice in, because as we said, it may be not a name that people had heard of much before, but now he certainly is a name, and he's signing a few autographs. He's very much a star here at the Super Series. Make sure you get the $5. That's what I say. Yeah, but again, we said it. That's what it's all about. Not just for players that have been established. The likes of Rob Grundy's come down from the Pro Series, maybe playing to try and get back there. It gives players a little taste of what might be to come, and it serves them well for if they do get to the great heights in the sport.
Yeah, Jake said it himself. Ultimately, the whole reason of being here is about the darts. That's the main thing. But the other things it exposes you to, playing in front of cameras, doing interviews, learning how to sign autographs. There's all of this other element to it as well. So it's such an invaluable experience. It is so important for players now that I know so many players that have ambitions in darts, and this is the key place that they want to be.
Well, the ambition now is to reach the final for the remaining 4 players, and the first semi is a match made in the northeast of England.
And now he has to hope. Grundy, a perfect display to send himself through. Rob Grundy survives a huge scare after suffering defeat in our opening match of the evening. Returns. Double one.
Game shot.
Gets over the line, and Jamie Owens stays alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Series 14, Week 6, semi-final time. With both players from England, from the northeast of England, please welcome the Grenade, Rob Grundy, and J-Lo, Jamie Owens!
So here we go then with the semi-finals on week 6 of Series 14, and 2 players who have been all the way at the Live Lounge before, about to go head-to-head, and they'll know each other pretty well as well. Both players have emerged from the darting scene in the northeast of England, progressed in Rob Grundy's case up through that setup here to the Modus Super Series, and then went on to get a PDC Tour card, the 48-year-old from Hartlepool. It was Series 5, Week 6, when he won his Super Series title. He's had a couple of years on the PDC Pro Tour since, and now back here plying his trade, looking to double his title tally. Rob has had some big wins against some big players over his career, and that was a huge win against Tommy Lishman to secure this semi-final showdown against Jamie Owens, 37 actually in a couple of hours' time from Stockton-on-Tees. And what a birthday celebration it would be if he were to add tonight's title to that win he had just a couple of series ago. Both players had to bounce back in their respective groups to get here, but now a semi-final showdown between Owens and Grundy will determine our first finalist. Andrew Culling is the referee for this one.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Rob to throw first. Come on.
That's him. And this is Laura Turner and Sam Mulliner.
Certainly is. Thank you, Murph. A semi-final made in the northeast of England, as you say. Grundy from Hartlepool, Owens
57
from Stockton-on-Tees, the Middlesbrough fan. Both surviving frights.
140.
This is going to be a real test of mettle.
Yeah, and both have proved that from a seemingly awkward, very difficult position, both losing their opening matches,
85.
they have a level of fight and spirit in them, which has seen them make it through to the semi-finals.
Both have been there,
94.
done that. One weekly win apiece. Grundy is part of his rebuild off the back of losing his tour card. Owens continuing
120.
to rise on the amateur circuit.
Yeah, and I guess you could look over their weeks and analyse them as being really rather different, because in the end, it was relatively straightforward for Grundy. Got through Group A.
44.
Yeah, patchy couple of days, but Group A in the end, that was all fine. Won by a couple of points. And in the end, in tonight's finals, won 4-0 and is top of the group. As for Jamie Owens, I think it's completely different. It has been weight after weight, just making sure of other people's results. But he keeps putting himself in a strong enough position to keep progressing. They are both relatively battle-hardened.
Probably require 102.
Absolutely. And Grundy on the search for treble 14, which he finds. Tops to complete the combination to start with a 102 checkout for that early hole.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first.
Over to you, Jamie Owens. How does he respond?
Yeah, holding 15, a ton plus checkout, over a ton of average for the first leg. It's all looking rosy for Grundy.
140.
But I get the sense that Jamie Owens will want and will have his say in how this game goes.
In the previous series,
85.
both of these men lost in their respective weekly semi-finals. Grundy losing out to Tommy Morris
60.
by 4-1. Morris then going on to be that week runner-up. Conor van Velzen getting the better of Tommy on that occasion. Van Velzen back here next week, of course. Owens lost out to Robbie Martin,
100.
who in turn went on to lose the final himself to Derek Coulson. Guess who's back next week?
Might it be Derek Coulson?
Do you know it is?
81.
Some of the players from the academy that we saw in that VT earlier, all staying to watch all the action, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the 180s.
I think young George there right at the front is having a whale of a night. Let's not forget he beat Jared Cole earlier.
95. Probably
Who
require
hasn't, let's be
136.
honest.
So it's all about setting up from here, which Grundy is going to do.
Jamie require 125.
Owens restricted to a big outshot of his own. It's not going to go.
81.
Grundy
Robbie
then
require 40.
commanding this semi-final. Finds tops once more. Has his 2-0 advantage.
Third leg, Rob.
Grundy maintaining his charge.
Yeah, very solid, very strong start from Rob Grundy. 15 and 13 darts. Jamie Owens, and not for the first time we've said this, his back is against the wall. He found himself 2-0 down in that match against Brian Roman. Brian Roman at that point was absolutely flying. But Owens managed to up the ante, reel off 4 consecutive legs.
140.
Steely grit and determination personified by Rob Grundy, who is now putting in some tremendous numbers. Up to 113.
58.
Penny for the thoughts of Jake Neal, who of course beat Rob right at the start of the evening. He now has to watch on, but what a star he has been. A bit of a new star is born in the form of Jake Neal.
105.
I think anyone, be them a debutant here or be them a very experienced player, if you looked at a group and you knew you were in a group with Rob Grundy and Tommy Lishman, you know that it's going to be a tough one to get through.
One-way traffic in favour of Grundy. Won't be another ton plus out.
60.
Owens, once again on the Grundy throw, not yet on a finish.
55.
It's a dominant display, isn't it, so far for Rob Grundy? who could really establish his authority in this first semi-final.
Game shot on the third.
Honestly, the finishing is perfection, and you can hear the cheer of George's go on.
Full flag Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I think he's just dubbed himself Team Grundy.
3 out of 3, all on tops for Grundy. This is turning into a mauling.
43.
And Owens doesn't have the answers.
I'll have to do a little bit of looking at stats, but
57.
I'm just wondering how many Tom Plus averages or how many big games has Owens been on the back of since joining the fray here on Thursday? The 110,
45.
almost 110 from David Evans, another Tom Plus from Evans. And you've got Rob Grundy here averaging 104 on the nose.
I think a player, a character like Jamie Owens would sort of take that as a badge of honour.
125.
Players have got to play well to beat him. He never knows when he's beat, but
99.
getting into desperate territory now for Owens. Grundy has shone in these 3.5 legs so far.
59.
Yeah, it might sound like a strange thing to say, but maybe that defeat at the hands of Jake in that opening match was kind of that spurring on that he needed to start playing some of his very
96.
best. There was a vulnerability there. He was leading 3 legs to 1 and he let his opponent back in.
Doesn't like the lie of that first start, so elects to switch. Bold move. You feel as though he was forced to.
Right, he's looking at going 8 consecutive legs without reply. Second group stage match, won 4 legs to 0. He's 3 legs
96.
here to 0. Jamie Owens hasn't actually had a shot at a double yet in this match.
Grundy
93.
chasing a treble and finds
Jamie
one
require 122.
with the 18s. And it's just not happened for Owens in this semi-final whatsoever. And now a rare look of
Robbie require
resignation.
90.
Grundy 90 points away from back-to-back whitewash wins to book his spot in tonight's final. It's going to be the little red button.
65.
But he puts it right alongside.
Jamie require 95.
He's clearly feeling good up there. I think then that left his hand. He would have thought it was in. Well, we're looking at a double-double attempt. Couldn't get it started.
39. Robbie require 25.
Just hasn't got going really, has he? But Grundy hasn't, up until now at least, allowed him to get going. Grundy, more match darts now. Alongside, finds it, and that is back-to-back whitewash wins. The Hartlepool man gets the better of the Borough man by the most emphatic scoreline. It's another semi-final defeat for Owens, consoled by his son there. But Grundy can't supply Owens a birthday present. An emphatic mauling 4-0. Rob Grundy is into tonight's final.
5. He does get the win. He really has been the thorn in the side of John Henderson this week. He can hit the double, and somehow he grabs the first 2 points of the evening. You've got to hit it. And with the most difficult dart of the night, he finds 2 points, courtesy of that double 7.
100.
Wow, he's miscounted at exactly the wrong time. It was Topsley. It was that, and Coleman, by hitting it, has actually qualified for the semi-finals. Let's see if this sits right with the Scot. Time for the hammer. Right in the middle! Wow, what a shot that is from Campbell. Over the top. He's going to have to keep going to the right. He can't hit it from the left. He can't. But he's going to try. And succeed! All your wishes have come true, Ashley Coleman. Because you are now in the final.
Two darts in hand for the match, but he only needs the one, and it is heartbreak once again for Tommy Morris in the final as Ashley Coleman is victorious.
Your Week 5 champion for Series 14 is Ashley Coleman!
Ashley Coleman, the latest player to make it through to Champions Week. He got there by winning Week 5 last Saturday and will be part of the lineup for the Series 14 Champions Week, which gets underway on the 20th of July. And this is the lineup so far. After tonight, we will have half of the field filled. Michael Huntley and Neil Duff, experienced aces, winning the first couple of weeks. Then came the youth stars, Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion, and 16-year-old Archie Self winning Week 4 before Coleman took the honours in Week 5. And in terms of Week 6, well, Rob Grundy is into the final, and he's getting there without breaking a sweat. 4-0 against Tommy Lishman to top his group, and now 4-0 against Jamie Owens in the semi. Beaten by a single leg in his first match of the night, Rob Grundy hasn't dropped one since. And now he waits to see who joins him, because it's time for semi-final number 2.
Once again, topping a group and winning 2 out of 2. But my word, he has survived an almighty scare.
For qualification to the semi-finals.
Takes that second to compose himself, and it is worked a treat, and Tommy Lishman is through to the knockout stages.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Modus Super Series coming to you live from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth! Series 14, Week 6, second semi-final time. Both players from England. Would you please welcome, from Humberside, Tommy Lishman, and from Lancashire, David Stretch Evans!
Yeah, this one feels like a final in its own right, really, doesn't it? Two players who have got an incredible ability and have shown it at times this week. Rob Grundy is waiting to see which one of these he will face in tonight's decider. And he has really laid a bit of a marker ahead of this one. David Evans, stretch, hit the biggest average in the field this week. 2 Modus Super Series titles already in the cabinet. And the man who topped Group B to get to finals night and then won both his games to top Group 2 tonight. The 36-year-old from Preston looking to make it a hat-trick of wins. He's a couple of steps away. His opponent, Tommy Lishman, the favourite before a dart was thrown, but this has been the hurdle where he's fallen on every occasion so far. Will the man from Hull change that and finally get over the obstacle of the semi-finals and put himself within 1 match of lifting a Super Series title? We'll find out in the company of Laura Turner and Sam Molyneux.
Thank you, Murph. David Evans, the only player to come through the group phase unscathed. However, in facing Tommy Lishman, he's facing someone of which he has not beaten so far this week. Both occasions, Lishman has defeated Evans with a 4-2 scoreline. And such as you
46.
mentioned earlier, Laura, that might just be in the head of Evans.
I did a little bit of digging into the head-to-head records over the years. David Evans, he
60.
did have a really good start when it came to playing against Tommy Lishman. Won their first 3 encounters, but the last time David Evans beat Tommy Lishman was July 2024. Subsequently, since then, they have played an additional 4 matches, 2 obviously this week, but all have gone the way of Tommy Lishman. Not to mention that Lishman seems to like to
85.
Try a 9-dart attempt against Dave Evans, one which was successful a little while back, and one that was almost as successful, just missing out on double 12.
95.
Yeah, it's part of those clutch of fixtures back in 2024, wasn't it? But Evans starting well.
40.
But I do wonder, Chris and I were speaking about it just before the semi-final started, about Brian Roman, and is it a case of kind of deja vu? It's all happening over again, and is that
140.
kind of why there was a level of despondency sometimes towards the tail end of the matches? And I wonder if it's in the mind of Lishman that this is as far as he's ever got, and not just once, but 3 times over.
David, you require 80.
Yeah, this is his 4th consecutive semi-final appearance of the series he's featured in. Lishman has never
40.
progressed beyond this stage.
I mean, he has faced some opponents over the years.
36. David, you require 40.
Absolutely, not least Steve West, 5-time weekly winner. Andreas Harrison, former series champion. Evans looking to put this opening leg to bed.
20.
And normally so reliable on tops,
140.
he's given Lishman just a glimmer. Can't take advantage.
100.
Evans now
David, you
back for
require
2
20.
10s. Lishman awaits.
Has to move across, but it should act as a good guide for David
Game
Evans,
shot
and
on
it
the
does
first
so.
leg. David Evans.
He's so good at that. When that first starts a bit
Second
of a
leg,
blocker,
Tommy
takes a
to
big
throw
step
first.
to the left to open
Game
up
on.
that target and is able to pick it off with real regularity.
You mentioned that David Evans is the only player that's come through without losing a match so far. I mean, he
60.
probably won't necessarily feel unscathed, so to speak, because that was not an easy ride against Brian Roman. He was 3-0 down. He was facing elimination and then battled back. He needed 3 legs. Big roar after he hit the 3rd leg, but ultimately getting over the line, 4 legs to 3.
$131.
Brilliant find from Lishman. Evans seems to be back in the mood after
140.
surviving that scare. He was almost out of the exit door against Roman.
60.
And I guess for Dave, it would be just a case of he has had at least one game as a bit of a break, a bit of a breather in between. Doesn't always go that way. It he'd come runner-up in the group, then he would have been that first semi-final.
Again, just stepping up these levels, Evans. Comfortably in the mid-90s. Lishman,
David, you require 87.
of course, had the chance to steal the opening leg, but other than that, there's a little bit off the pace that's being set by Evans. Double 5.
82.
A grimace
Some of you
from
require
stretch. And again,
154.
Lishman restricted to an outside opportunity.
Yeah. Evans showing Lishman all the respect he deserves, because there was potentially an argument with Lishman not quite
David, you require
firing
5.
at the moment, not to have gone the double 5 route.
He's going to have to take that big step to the left again. And the outcome is identical. What a shot that was by Evans.
Third leg, David to throw first. Game on.
That was very impressive indeed.
And Tommy Lishman is having a back end of
98
this finals night, which is in the reverse order basically to Rob Grundy, because it was Tommy Lishman that was on the back end of that 4-0 defeat. He has now lost 6 consecutive
100.
legs.
Perplexing, really, because he had a whitewash defeat last night, which sort of came out of nowhere as well to Tomoyo Goto. Just tenses up a little bit.
41.
It's not the free-flowing Lishman that we love to see. It's a bit too rigid.
No, and in that match for Lishman, I mean, he still averaged in excess of 91 in that 4-0 defeat. He was still playing at a really competitive level, but here in this particular encounter, averages just a smidge over 80. He's giving David Evans so much time.
He was already 100 ahead going into this visit.
94.
Nice treble 19. We'll have a decision to make when he returns. Lishman again
100.
nonchalant with a
David, you
turn.
require 38.
What will Evans do? Straight for it, straight in it. 3-0 the lead now. And Lishman, unfortunately for him, is now in familiar territory.
Game on.
Staring down the barrel of another semi-final defeat.
And we saw from Lishman in the group stages that there is fragility there. There can be some off matches, but yes, they happen. If they happen in Group B, then you can normally fight your way back in, but this is now knockout darts. There is no second chance.
60.
Dave Evans is on the cusp of doing something he hasn't done for almost 2 years, and that is to get a win.
81.
Both of these players putting in the miles this year on the Challenge Tour. Lishman, of course, on the Pro Tour as well, due to his lofty ranking.
60.
Lishman straight down to Portsmouth off the back. On Pro Tour earlier this week with a young family at home as well.
121.
Yeah, there's a lot of life on the road when you're playing at the level that Tommy is playing at the moment.
41.
He's fighting back. Handy lead in the fourth.
99.
Finds a nice treble as well.
Yeah, comfortable lead in this leg. Tommy Lishman
46.
yet to
Tommy, you
have
require
a go at a
120.
double. And he's not going to get one on this throw. Needs to tidy it up.
40.
Well, Evans was probably already thinking about serving the match out in the next leg. That is probably now the case.
58. Tommy, you
Lishman
require 80.
needs to stay straight. Of course he went for it.
But that was a wild second dart. taken out with some real frustration. Well, Evans wasn't in a place to punish. Tried the no-look 180 to no avail.
Never want to be outdone, is he? Lishman does get off the mark with an ironic celebration.
Fifth leg, David to throw first.
This is the leg now for Evans. On his own throw, looking to see this match out to book his place in the final this evening against Rob Grundy.
140.
Yeah, a bit of an ironic celebration from Tommy Lishman. Happy to have got one on the board, but it has extended the game. And I wonder if that kind of attempt at the no-look 180 may have just let a bit of a spark in Lishman. These two do get on really well. There is that kind of banter and bit of rivalry, isn't there, behind the scenes? We've heard from both of them this week.
$41.
That could be damaging, though, now for Lishman. Perfect first dart placement, not for the first time tonight from Evans. Fills it up.
And now David Evans is really starting to believe. Hasn't got the best head-to-head record against Tommy Lishman, but he would improve with a win here.
Lishman looks defeated. Double six for stretch. He's through to another final. It's another emphatic semi-final win tonight. Evans 4-1 over Lishman, who had been beating up Stretch in Group B. The outcome is different, though, when it matters even more on finals night. The wait goes on, much like Brian Roman, for Tommy Lishman to get his first weekly title. David Evans is searching for his third.
How does he hit that?
The interception!
That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story!
It's the biggest win I've had yet, so without a doubt, you know, it's unbelievable.
And just going through the process.
Game shot.
But it's Van Velzen, it's the Lion who roared.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 2 winner is Keanu Van Velzen.
Sagansky, cometh the moment, cometh the hour.
And it's game, shot, and a match.
Looking at that trophy, yeah, my name needs to be on there, so yeah, that's why I'm here.
Look at this from Ham. That is special.
That's a great start. Tops is required. Oh, what a shot there from Stephen Johnston.
He's got double 16. And he's bolted it.
Are we going to have a little bit of champagne? Oh, we are. Crack open the bubbly.
Yeah, that is the lineup for next week here at the Super Series, and it is an absolutely jam-packed lineup as well. So good that our system can't even cope with it. Radek Zagansky and Derek Coulson were kind of headlining Group A, but Jensen Walker is a former series champion. James Beaton's a player that a few people have been looking out for. He's going to make his debut next week. And even Group C, you look at the three players coming to that: Stephen Johnson, Harry Ward and Oliver Mitchell. Everywhere you look, Laura, there is plenty of talent.
Yeah, that is one heck of a weekly lineup. That could be a Champions Week. That seriously could. Whoever gets through that, they're going to have earned their spot in the next Champions Week.
Whoever wins tonight, though, will be through to Champions Week, and there's only one match left this evening. Both of the finalists getting through in pretty dominant fashion. Rob Grundy with back-to-back 4-0 wins to get through to the final. David Evans almost followed in kind, but a 4-1 victory over Tommy Lishman is what has got him through. And this is a game set up between two players that actually haven't met this week, because Grundy had a couple of days off. David Evans came in to play those games. They're both going to be going to this final feeling good, on top form, and it has the makings for a classic, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. Rob Grundy, he had a really tricky start. He lost that opening match, but bounced back in really solid style. Got that 4-0 win over Tommy Lishman, then backed it up again with another 4-0 win over Jamie. So looking really good. It was almost like that defeat in the first round, that kind of like set up that kind of lit a bit of a fire underneath him. So yeah, David Evans, how good he must feel right now with actually getting a win. First time in almost 2 years in beating Tommy Lishman.
Yeah, and let's talk about both those semi-finals first. Rob Grundy getting the better of Jamie Owens, who didn't manage to find that fire that he normally does, but I suppose Rob didn't let him into the game, did he?
No, and I think that was the difference. Rob just had that extra level right from the very off, did not let Jamie have a look in, and just completely dominated from the start. He did that in his first opening match against Jake Neal, but then just took his foot off the gas and Jake got better. Unfortunately for Jamie, there was no let up from Rob at all.
For Rob, though, look, the form in terms of how the night started and how he's turned it around, he must be in a very good space mentally, because it was looking like it might be a bit of a disaster after that early defeat.
It was tricky. He had to negotiate it, and he did so very well indeed. And as you say, he's now gone 8 legs without any reply. So if that doesn't give you confidence, I really don't know what would.
You mentioned David Evans getting that win, that long-awaited win against Tommy Lishman, but he has got through to the final by winning all of his matches tonight. He topped Group B as well. He's topped his group this evening. He has played some of the best stuff we've seen for a while this week, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's produced the best averages. He's had 3-ton-plus averages in his Group B campaign, and an eye on another tonight. So his levels, his numbers are looking really good, looking really promising. He should too now feel very confident indeed going into this final, because I know he's mentioned it before, but he's got his eyes on not just having two titles. He wants 3, 4, 5. He wants to get as high as Neil Duff. So in doing that, he needs number 3, and it could come tonight.
Yeah, he's one match away. Unfortunately, we do have to talk about the narrative that is now surrounding Tommy Lishman. 4 semi-finals, 4 defeats. are we getting to the point where there's a psychological barrier there?
There can be. Yeah, you get into that position and you come up against someone, and you would have thought Tommy going into that particular match, where he's got such a dominant head-to-head record and do some of his best stuff against Dave, that would have stood him in good stead. But ultimately, yeah, it could just be the fact that this semi-final is now becoming a repetitive stumbling block for him.
Yeah, and you kind of think he's got to come and work a full week again, and it's all about one match in his mind, but it's all about one match tonight now, and two players that have had success on this stage before. We'll start with Grundy. It's been a little while, back in Series 5 when he got his weekly win, but a lot of that is because he's been away for 2 years on the Pro Tour. Time flies, doesn't it? I'm sure he will remember this like it was yesterday.
Yeah, and he'll still get a good feeling when he comes back here. What I've liked.
Look at the scoreline as well.
Well, it could be quite ominous, couldn't it? You know, could you imagine losing your first game and then not losing another leg for the rest of the night? But the way Rob is playing, it could happen. I wouldn't expect it to be a whitewash win. I wouldn't expect it to be so one-sided. But I think there's arguments to be made for both players. And yeah, Rob Grundy done it here before.
Yeah, but playing someone who's done it twice here before and has got ambitions, as you say, of a hat-trick tonight, of going on. He didn't just say get to Champions Week, he said win Champions Week, David Evans. So very much approaching this week like almost a qualifier.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've seen Dave here play over the years, and I don't think I've seen Dave play as well, as consistently, as much as he has this week. He's looked comfortable, he's looked confident. He's got all the ingredients of someone who could pick up a third title, but he has got a tough job getting past Rob.
It's got all the makings of a really good final, this, hasn't it? If, and we say this so many times, if they can both bring to this stage for one more match what they have in the last couple of games, then this could be anything, couldn't it?
Well, I'm expecting at least a 9 dart attempt because they both had one tonight already. So, yeah, absolutely. If they can bring anything like the levels that we've seen throughout the evening, then this could be explosive. It could be one of the highest scoring finals that we've seen here for a long time.
I mean, these guys have already had a great night to watch, haven't they? It would be the cherry on the cake. What do players do now in this time between the semis and the final? They've both kind of breezed through the semis. Is it about getting back to the practice board, getting some more game time, or is it just about maybe conserving a bit of that mental energy?
Yeah, every player is different, obviously, but I think for the players, they would have done all their practice. They won't need to be practicing. They know that they're playing well. They're in a good spot. So, especially for the second semi-finalist, so in this case, Dave, it's about you've got two options. You either need to bring that adrenaline down from the win to then build yourself back up again, or you need to maintain it somehow because it is a short turnaround. But they're experienced. They've been in these positions, so they should know what to do by now.
We haven't seen them playing each other, as we said, this week. Who should it suit, this fixture, and who ultimately do you think is going to come out on top?
Well, I'll answer the second bit first because I mentioned Dave at the beginning of the evening. I'm going to stick with Dave as well. Like I say, I don't think he's been in a better position form-wise to pick up a win. That's not to say that I can't make an argument for Rob Grundy either. But yeah, for me, it's all about who makes the strongest start. They both look like really, really solid front runners, despite the fact that Rob did get pegged back on that one occasion. But other than that, yeah, I think it's Dave.
Right, well, they're behind us, so we better get out of the way. It is time then to find out who is going to be the winner of Week 6 in Series 14.
To get going, Grundy will match darts now. Alongside, finds it, and that is back-to-back whitewash wins. The Hartlepool man gets the better of the Borough man. Double 6 for Stretch. He's through to another final. It's another emphatic semi-final win tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Modus Super Series, coming to you live from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Series 14, Week 6, final time. Would you please welcome, from Preston in England, the 2-time Modus Super Series weekly champion, David Evans, and from Hartlepool, a Modus Super Series weekly winner, the Grenade, Rob Grundy!
So here we go then, the final of week 6 of Modus Super Series 14 is about to get underway. And as myself and Laura Turner have just been discussing, it has all the makings of something rather special. If David Evans and Rob Grundy can continue the form that they've shown for the most part of the night, we could see a Super Series Classic in this final. Grundy missed out in his first match of the night by a single leg, but hasn't lost one since. The player who picked up his only Super Series title way back in Series 5 before he went on the journey as a PDC professional. Now he's back and looking to add a second. Also tonight, of course, in the very first match, he missed double 12 for a 9 dart. So what about having another go at that in the final? His opponent, David Evans, well, he got 7 darts into a perfect leg earlier this evening, but the perfect end to the night would see the Preston player secure a 3rd weekly title and book his place at Champions Week. Laura now has returned to commentary to talk you through this final alongside Sam Mulliner.
Who will join Michael Huntley, Neil Duff, Henry Coates, Archie Self and Ashley Coleman into Series 14 Champions Week?
Game on!
We're about to find out. It's the Group A winner Rob Grundy against the Group B winner David Evans. Both weekly winners here before, searching for more success.
And it is a 2 treble visit that kicks off this final for Rob Grundy. As mentioned, both these players, they've picked up regulation weeks. They've both got ambitions to right some wrongs in Champions Week.
Your pick of the night, David Evans. Just cast your mind
57.
back to our opening match of the evening. Can you remember who my pick was?
Well, I wasn't really listening. No, I'm joking. Of course, Rob Grundy. Is this for commentary box bragging rights as well now?
It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, you did say that you thought there was value in Rob Grundy as well.
The form lines were there for both. Obviously, Grundy's a bit further back due to his exploits, earning his tour card. Evans, the pedigree is there. His second weekly title came at the expense of Ashley Coleman, who, as I just mentioned, is now in
95.
Champions Week himself. The form has been franked.
And Evans is down to a finish after just 9. It is the big fish. I've seen a couple of them this week.
59.
None from
David
Evans.
require 170.
The one from Jake Neal was very memorable indeed. This one would have been even more.
Yeah, he liked the lie of the first dart. He fancied that. And to be fair to Dave Evans, when he's found that first dart, he has only backed it up with another treble or 2.
2 treble 20s required for Grundy. Early chance then for Evans.
100. David, you require 72.
Grundy there or thereabouts. 2 in hand for an early break. Something to work with. Utilised it to perfection. Evans means business. An audible cry. A clench of the fist. In a battle of a week, Evans is up for a fight.
Yeah, that could prove to be a really important early breaker throw for David Evans. For
99.
Rob Grundy, that is the first leg that he's lost in 9. 4-0, 4-0, losing the 9th leg. There's still plenty more time for this final to develop.
100.
It's been a fantastic atmosphere in the live lounge this evening. But a hush
60.
has descended for this final. In anticipation, moment of magic.
121.
And you can see how big a deflection that dart took. We've mentioned the fact that David Evans arguably has been one of the most consistent players over the last few days, as he puts in the first maximum. You have to say, for Rob Grundy, who came back here in Series 13, lost out in the semi-final to Tommy Morris, this has just felt like a more assured version of Rob Grundy from that last time he came here off the back of coming off the Pro Tour.
Well, part of the rebuild, isn't it? A brilliant response to getting over that crushing disappointment of losing your tour card. It's never easy for a player.
134. Rob, you require
off the tour feeling very beaten up. And then you've got to come here for a battle.
Yeah, you don't get easy matches here at the Super Series. And that dart just got the release wrong.
44.
Potential 13 dart leg then for Evans. Down for double 7. Again, we see that come on, and again we see a lovely deflection, utilising a marker to find his target to win a leg. And now he's 2 away from his 3rd weekly title here.
Yeah, we'll join an elite group of people with
41.
3 titles. The likes of Reece Robinson, Matt Clark, Graham Usher, Chaz Barstow, a local lad from down the road in Winchester.
100.
Evans already setting his sights on more, though.
He is. Yeah, he was kind of when we mentioned a 3rd title, he's like, yeah, but I'm friends with Scott Taylor and he's got 5.
Including the all-important
60.
series title.
And actually, when you spoke to both these players earlier, they both feel like they've got unfinished business when it comes to Champions Week.
You knew what was going to happen as soon as that first dart landed.
Gritted teeth from David Evans.
It's just not quite happening again for Grundy.
59.
Evans averaging almost 107. Tumpless averages and David Evans have been no strangers to one another over the course of the last 3 nights.
100.
And David Evans is seemingly doing to Rob Grundy what Grundy did to both Jamie Owens and Tommy Lishman.
100. David, you require 121.
Free reign at this 1-2-1, and it's on the Grundy throw as well. This match really
50.
running the risk of getting away from the grenade here.
Well, was a bit of a slip in the setup play from Dave. But as you said, safe in the knowledge that he will be returning. But will there be a little pressure on this 71?
140. David, you require 71.
Brilliant first start. Again, the reliability on double 16 comes into question, but this time we see that huge step to the left, but this time it doesn't
Rob, you require
prove
101.
profitable. And Grundy gets a shot.
Huge moment in this match. Grundy will not be rushed. Will take his time. Perfect first start. And it's double 16 for a 101. Absolutely brilliant from Rob Grundy.
Showed Evans exactly where that target is. Could that be a turning point? Is only a hold for Grundy, but it would feel like a break of throw given that Evans was in the clear.
60.
Yeah, Evans was really comfortable at sat on 121 with Rob Grundy nowhere really in sight, but 6 starts later and not able to get across the line. And Grundy then punishing with that brilliant 101 finish.
140.
Admire a really strong start to this fourth leg as well. You feel, as we get into the real nitty-gritty of this final, that Grundy has been rejuvenated.
Yeah, and what Evans can't afford to do, and it's what we said in his match when he was 3-0 down against Brian Roman, is that you cannot afford to drop your head at any point. He's still in a strong position. He had the advantage of throw going into this match. There's very little to split them at the moment. He's going to persevere with the treble 20, and that's the reason why he's very good
100.
at doing that.
Makes you wonder why he doesn't just start from over there. Do yourself a favour. It's a fantastic quality to have.
139.
How's that? Evans needs 2 trebles. And again, the first dart placement is perfect, but that's a bit of a slip.
83.
Is there just a little element of tension just creeping into the throw of David Evans? You can understand why. It would be totally understandable, but it's the worst time to get it. Because
98.
Grundy is coming back
David,
at
you
him.
require 160.
Another. Brilliant. This would hurt Grundy.
140.
It would have hurt him a lot.
Rob, you require 80.
Grundy gets a shot.
He was perfect on the 101. Just needs to keep straight on the 80.
Now looking to stack it. And now, top of the shop.
60.
Yeah. Didn't get enough
David,
on
you
it.
require 20.
Evans now to move 1 away.
That's a really good lie. Not moving at all.
No score.
Well, you can hear exactly what David Evans thinks of that.
Rob, you require 20.
Grundy just taking his time, leaving Evans to stew on that missed opportunity. Handy enough guide just to work his way inside exactly like that, and Grundy is level.
Fifth leg, Rob.
I think Dave Evans here just needs to be careful because, yes, you get the big reaction from Rob Grundy, but he looks the far more composed of the two at the moment on the stage. David Evans has relinquished that 2-0 lead, did have a chance to forge 3-0 ahead and has been pegged back. Well, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. The word of the week has been battle, and this final, unsurprisingly, feels no different.
Yeah, it's a battle now. Evans shaking his head because he will be feeling as though this final should be over. He could have won it 4-0. But now he's embroiled in a real ding-dong battle. And Grundy looking to pile on the misery for stretch.
100.
And this is where you need to take a bit of a leaf maybe out of a Jake Neal's book, that he says, well, you can't think about what's happened previously. You have to forget about it and look forward.
140.
Now, it's very easy for me sat here to say that. It's much more difficult if that is where your mind is drifting to when you're mid-match.
Who can just find that extra bit of quality
137.
in a high-pressure situation? Lishman and Owens nod away. Watching on, as is Jake Neal in the back of the auditorium. As Owens finds yet another 180.
143.
3 maximums for David Evans so far. But it may be rendered academic. Well, Grundy looks to set up. Evans once again looking at 1-2-1.
102. David, you require 121.
He's already taken this out once this week. Well, that is wayward at best.
57.
Given the standards Evans has set himself.
Rob, you require 41.
And Grundy now can edge ahead for the first time in this final. Double 16.
The finishing has been good for Grundy.
25.
That is a slip.
David, you require 64.
Tension palpable.
Brilliant first. We see that step across yet again. Stays there in search of double four, which he gets, and Evans is back in front. He's picked the pocket of Grundy. It was the other way around earlier. Stretch is back in front. He's one away.
And these big reactions from both these players, I know a lot of it is delight, but I think it's kind of shrouded in a bit of relief as well.
100.
There we see the leg by leg. You've got to get out in 6 visits, otherwise it's just not good enough.
Yeah,
57.
Evans coming in 15, and those two that went the way of Grundy, Evans had chances to win them as well. Just maybe a bit of rustling in the background.
Like you said earlier, coming off the back of 2 nights here in complete silence with no one in the room.
96.
All of a sudden the slightest noise, which may seem like nothing, is emphasised.
Especially where there is such an engaged audience that you could probably almost hear a pin drop. You're kind of scared to breathe when you're in those situations watching on.
Yeah, when things are this tense.
80.
Good treble 19 from Grundy, just doing enough.
91.
Evans was only the one business treble there as well. Grundy needs 2 or 3.
Looking to lift it over the top. There's one of them.
100.
And that was unfortunate because you could again see there was a bit of a deflection with the third dart.
Again, the placement
138.
is perfect, and it allows Evans for a perfect setup. Grundy now has to hope. This is desperate times, and you can't believe, after working so hard to get back into this final, had the opportunity to go 3-2 up, of course, don't forget that, but it's just gotten away from him.
70.
A resigned smile on the face of Grundy, who hasn't been able to leave a finish, so over to Evans. Perfect first start, 8-8 for the match, and there's a huge cheer from David Evans. He throws his darts to the floor.
Champion David Evans.
Great embrace from the two players, but it's David Evans. He is the player that hasn't just won it once, hasn't won it twice. This is his 3rd time of winning here at the Live Lounge, at the Modus Super Series. He books his place back in Champions Week, and he is absolutely over the moon. That there, the tail of the tape. David Evans really has been one of the most consistent performers this week, and he is victorious.
Yeah, David Evans sealing it in style with a fantastic performance, a 96 average in the final, a 4-2 win against Rob Grundy to get over the line, and 3 180s in there as well. A hat-trick of maximums, and now a hat-trick of titles for David Evans, who is on stage talking to Sam.
Dave, wow, what a night. What a few nights for you. Just sum up the emotions.
It's
it's brilliant. I mean, coming through that, listen to them. They've been brilliant. It's great to come through. Don't get me wrong, I scalped it against Brian. I'll be honest. 3-0 down, and to come back from that and then to go on to win it, yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic.
That match against Brian, were you fully aware of the situation, given that you were really close to being eliminated in the group stage?
Yeah, I knew I had to have 3 legs. I knew that if Brian beat me 4-2, it was a 9-dart shootout, and I know what happened the last time I was in one of them. So, but yeah, to get the 3 legs against Brian, and then I knew when the faithful double won, and that went in. I knew I was through to the semis, and then it was just a case of kicking on from there.
The form was there in Group B, ton plus averages, a plethora of 180s. What is it about this place? You just seem to find your best stuff here.
I just love it. It's, apart from the Ali Pali where I've played once, but hopefully many more, it's got to be the greatest stage on earth. It has to be. It's brilliant.
Into another Champions Week where things haven't really gone your way. We spoke about it briefly last night, but now you've got that medal around your neck once more. What's going to be different this time in Champions Week?
This time I'm going for it, no matter what. And if he's watching, Ashley Coleman, I'm coming for you.
He, of course, is already there himself. You beat him for your second, but we spoke earlier on this evening before the start of play. You said tonight was more difficult, and to come through it unscathed, again, with that medal back around your neck, should give you a great deal of confidence, not just in the near future, but for the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anyone that comes here, they want to win a week. No matter whether they're just a pub player, an old Pro Tour player, a Challenge Tour player, a youth, anything like that, they want to come here and do well and win. And to get through a field that I've come through, phenomenal.
A word on your opponent in the final, Rob Grundy. There was a moment in that final where you sort of threatened to let it slip. Did you think you'd thrown it away?
Yeah, I did actually, to be fair. 2-0 up, missed a few doubles, and as we know, everyone that's been in here tonight, class players, and I know that Rob is literally one of those dart players that you give him a chance and he'll take it.
Yeah, he's a tough old player, isn't he, Rob? Given that he's just off the back of a Pro Tour, again, it's another layer of confidence to add for you, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like I look at the field of players that have come through, and most of the players that are coming through now have had tour cards before. Rob's had one, I've had one. A few others have had one. Tommy's playing on the Pro Tour at the moment. Jake Neal, I tell you what one hell of a player. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Of that we can all agree. It's been a fantastic atmosphere in tonight. Just a word on this crowd, and in particular the young players at the front there. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it is. And the future of darts is with these young lads and ladies here. The future of darts are there. And if we don't have academies and youth involvement, then the future of darts is null and void. So these lads and ladies that are coming through, this is our future. So we have to look after them.
Absolutely. Well, very well said. And I think there's a few little characters in there at the front as well, that is for certain. But looking ahead now, what's the preparation? Because I'm guessing, I get the impression you're a bit of a planner and you're a thinker about things. Is the preparation going to be any different between now and Champions Week?
No, absolutely not. No. It's like I say, I run my own pub up in Preston, and if it wasn't for my wife and my mother-in-law, I wouldn't be here, because they're running the pub. My mother-in-law's up there now running the pub, so if she's actually watching it, everyone at the Gamble, they're all supporting me, and my mother-in-law's running the pub now. So if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. And my wife.
Well, in that case, I won't keep you any longer. Many congratulations. Go and lift that trophy again. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your winner here this evening, his third weekly title. It's David Evans!
He's done it again. David Evans picks up his third weekly title here at the Modus Super Series, and the Preston player will be raising a glass tonight, celebrating a victory that sees him go through to Champions Week, and a Champions Week that he said he's going to attack.
Yeah, and singled out Ashley Coleman as well in the midst of that. But it's already looking like a really stellar lineup. We've got a few people coming back, a few newbies going into it as well. So yeah, ultimately, it's looking good.
Yeah, the way that he's talking, we mentioned it before the final. It's a master plan, this, isn't it? This was just part of the plan. This wasn't the end goal.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it before, but this almost feels like a bit like now how Neil Duff talks. You know, these are qualifications because the eyes are all now going to Champions Week, and that's what that's how Dave is talking about it. He's got unfinished business when it comes to Champions Week. He's played in a couple; they have not gone to plan, but he's got a new opportunity now, another chance to kind of right those wrongs.
Let's talk about the final itself a little bit, because he mentioned he thought he was getting away from him there. Rob Grundy sort of ground his way back into it and then somehow ground his way back out of it, I suppose.
Yeah, raced into a 2-0 lead, had darts to go 3-0 up. Then, in essence, it would have been 3-1 up, but he could have won that, Dave Evans, 4 legs to nil. Rob Grundy, he really did battle hard to get back in it, but there was just a little bit of a changing point that just gave Dave that 3-2 lead, and then they ran with it, ultimately getting across the line. But yeah, it's a real tough battle. But I think battle is the word we probably use the most this week.
A lot of good players, and that's kind of what makes the battles. Tommy Lishman, one of them. Unfortunately for him, it's a semi-final exit again. But is it fair to say that this week the best player definitely won?
I think so. Yeah, going on stats and everything else, I actually think he was the most consistent player, and then just behind him was probably Rob Grundy. So it felt like the right final based on everything that we've seen this week, and ultimately, yes, the most consistent player won.
That's a great picture, isn't it? That David Evans should learn, really, shouldn't he, that maybe he should be the one standing on the floor and the kids on the stage. And that might be a better arrangement there. But great to see him spending his time there. He mentioned it, the future of darts. We're seeing it more and more. Young kids coming to events, playing darts, of course. They're all from an academy, those that are watching tonight. And these guys that have been around a while might not be around for much longer if all these kids start coming through.
Oh, you just look at the talent we've got coming through, the likes of players that we've had here at Rising Stars Week, your Ryan Branleys, your Jaden Walkers. There were so many good players that we're all looking forward to seeing here. The problem is with some of them, they're just not old enough to play here yet, and that's the key difference. There's a scary amount of talent coming through. I could name loads.
And some of them, of course, are in Champions Week. Those ones that you mentioned there, Archie Self, 16 years of age. Henry Coates, Rising Stars, made that Pro Tour semi-final. But this sport is for everyone, isn't it? And we have such a mix of players. And we've been saying that on finals nights recently. The Champions Week lineup is shaping up like that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got 2 up-and-coming players in Henry and Archie, as you mentioned. Then you've got your kind of more established, more experienced players in the likes of Michael Huntley, Neil Duff, and then the likes of Ashley Coleman and David Evans probably sit in the middle somewhere in the experience level. So again, you've just got kind of every demographic covered when it comes to experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's left, but we saw the lineup for next week earlier, and I mean, that is incredible. We could be celebrating an equally good finals night when we see what happens next week, because these are the players that are going to be involved.
It's a staggering week. Ultimately, Derek Coulson is one of those players that whenever he comes in here, he is normally a favourite. I'm, not sure that that's going to be quite so straightforward for bookmakers next week, because you've got like Radek Zazansky in there, Jensen Walker, Keanu's won a week. And then you've got another rising star in James Beaton. I think there's a lot of people talking about James doing really good things on the development tour. Harry Ward, former tour card holder himself, and doing well on the Challenge Tour, playing on the Pro Tour. Just pick a winner. It's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. Look, David Evans has now won 3 weekly titles. Derek Coulson, he has 5. And he is trying to put himself 1 outright in second place, 2, 1 behind Neil Duff, which of course could be a nice little battle at Champions Week if he gets there. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I mean, to have won 5 is incredible, isn't it? But these are nice little stories now because people are creating legacies here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and Derek's one of those players, and he's one of those players, like a lot of people that come here to the Live Lounge. I mean, this could be the future for, say, like a Jake Neal that we've seen this week. We didn't know a great deal about Derek Coulson when he came here that first time round, but wow, we know a lot about him now and what he's doing away from the Super Series. Really high up in the Challenge Tour rankings. He's playing up on the Pro Tour as well. Yeah, for Derek Coulson, it won't surprise me if he does come in favourite. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes through Group A because he just seems to become a bit of a specialist at doing that here.
But this guy's got his eyes on a prize, hasn't he? David Evans, just giving a shirt away there, made of stretch material, I believe that one, Laura. God, that was terrible, wasn't it?
That wasn't your best.
Yeah, he was the best though, and he's going to Champions Week as a man on a mission, and when he speaks like that, okay, he singled out Ashley Coleman, I think, a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Do the other players stand up and go, well, I'll tell you what, bring it on?
Oh, yeah. Everyone that has won a week here, they're going to fancy their chances going into Champions Week. And, yeah, perhaps Dave might have just put a little bit of a target on his back. One, because of the levels of performance that we've seen so far. But two, yeah, he's talking the talk. But when it comes to Champions Week, we haven't quite yet seen him walk the walk.
Yeah, but I think just behind us, he's going to be having a little photograph with the kids from the Darts Academy now. Fantastic. The way that the players buy into this kind of thing as well. I mean, they've all got their hands on his trophy. He's not getting near that again, is he? But when you look at the experience of the evening for these kids, for David Evans, this is not something that existed, last decade, 5 years ago. Nobody had this kind of thing outside of what he said himself, playing at Ali Pali.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those brainchilds that it's established itself or started off during lockdown, and then it ran with it, and it's grown and grown, and now it's a real focal point for any player that doesn't have a tour card. They want to play here at the Super Series. The experience you get here is so valuable. I've said it several times before. You get to play in front of cameras. You get multiple games. You get to learn what it's like to be interviewed, how to manage your time. There is so much that you can take from here. And then the fact that we can bring these young up-and-coming players, the engagement levels from these kids when they come here is astounding. It makes the difference between someone that kind of likes darts but hasn't really experienced it to actually then getting them completely hooked on the sport. We could be seeing a future champion just in that crowd there alone. Yeah, they're sold now on the game, aren't they? I want to ask you about someone actually for the future tonight, away from David Evans for a moment. We saw Jake Neal earlier signing autographs, didn't we? But what an addition he's been to the Super Series. I'm sure we'll see him here again. What are the early signs for you from him? I think he's been exceptional. I really do. You wouldn't have known he was here on debut. I think his attitude and his composure is kind of far beyond the experience that he has at this kind of level. And he was unfortunate, really, to find himself in a group that contained... You've got Tommy Lishman, who is number 3 on the Challenge Tour, and you've got Rob Grundy, who has just come off the Pro Tour. It was just a really tough group for anyone, even if they have more experience, but hopefully he's going to take so much. To be on David Evans, just quickly, you predicted it right, so well done, Laura. What are you predicting he can do at Champions Week? Yeah, if he plays like he has this week, then yeah, I do think he can have a deep run. I do think he can challenge and threaten for the title. I think for me, sometimes with Dave, it's just how much he wants something. It can be a little bit too much. So it's just about managing those emotions. We saw it in the final that he could have kind of lost his head slightly, but he managed to hold it together. He needs to do that again when it comes to Champions Week. Well, thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for being with us this evening as well. Plenty coming up, though. You don't need to change the channel because Modus Moments is coming next, and that's got 2 real characters in Peter Wachuri and Rhys Robinson. Some viewing for you on Sunday as well. Steve West, a candid interview about the life of a darts player. And as we've been building up tonight, that fantastic Week 7 gets underway from Monday morning at 9:30, featuring Derek Coulson looking for a 6th Super Series title, which he hopes to win next Saturday when we do it all again at 7:30. And that's it for Week 6. Half of the field is now known for Champions Week in Series 14 because at the end of tonight, David Evans hit his hat-trick.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's
match start.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's double.